Hello, friends. Welcome to Coding Garden. Today, we're going to be doing some programming news and also some daily programmer. Also, happy 2023. It's a whole new year. And I realize when I stand over here, I'm almost out of the camera, so I'm going to move everything over really quick in this general direction. Standing, yes. How's this? Seems fine. Welcome in, everyone. It's not a new watch, but I haven't worn it in a long time. But I started wearing it last week to count my steps. I've taken 1,900 steps today. And I have an average heart rate of 48. That doesn't seem right. I think so. I don't sleep with the watch, and I think it gets confused when I'm not wearing it. But yeah, welcome in, everyone. Holding judgment on happy? What do you mean? Like deciding on whether or not you're going to be happy for 2023? But today is just going to be, we're going to be hanging out, and also I'm essentially going to, why is what so big? My watch? Or me? I don't know. A couple of things on the agenda today. We are going to record a Twitch channel trailer, because I don't have one right now, and essentially that's the thing that people will see if they come to my Twitch channel and they haven't been there before. And we'll have to confirm, but I think this is like 60 seconds. And Shulman, thank you very much for that 4 months. It's like a 60-second video where we need to summarize what this channel does. What do you, Terawatt? I don't even know what you're talking about. What cringe? Recording a channel trailer is cringe? That's a part of the process. And I got to do it. Same thing is we're going to do a YouTube intro video. This will probably be a 5-minute video. Maybe even 3 to 5 minutes. And Chase Solid, thank you for that resub as well. Lots of supports today. Do you get a truck before getting a trailer? Maybe. It's just how Twitch works. But also, so like I haven't had an intro video on YouTube in like 6 months. So I need a new one that talks about what I do. Yeah, and so then we're going to get into these things, which are essentially, we're going to do them live. You're all going to be here with me while we do it. But the idea is tomorrow I'm going to edit them down, and these will be published as videos every day over on the Coding Garden YouTube channel. So in order to make people feel like they're getting a new video every day, I'm actually going to change my clothes in between solving problems. And so I'm going to try to make like probably a 10 to 15 minute video on solving a coding problem, and those are just going to get released 3 days a week over on YouTube. And to callers, thank you very, very much for that Prime resub. That's the plan. So we'll essentially, yeah. I'm gonna do the meme where my screen changes to changing into a bikini, and then I go away. I don't know. But yeah, the idea is I'm gonna record it all today and then edit it down, and it'll be released over the week. And I'm gonna try to do this going forward. We'll see how it works out this week. But that's the plan. And in the meantime, for programming news, I'd like you all to submit any kind of news that you think I should talk about. So programming news, I also want this to be like 5 to 10 minutes. This will be once a week, and it's just what's new in the world of programming. With the focus on JavaScript, because that is what we do here, but I'm open to talking about, like new things in the Linux kernel and stuff like that. And these daily programmers are going to be 10 to 15 minute long videos. I think we're going to do 3 of these. Yeah. It's not going to be a quick wardrobe change. I'm going to go off screen, put a different shirt on, put a different hat on, make people feel like it's the next day of the week. Kobe Lynn says, Kobilin? Kobe. I'll call you Kobe. You did two boot camps, one for front end, one for full stack. Not sure if you can start as a junior or search a job as a trainee. Difference between the two positions. So by trainee, do you mean intern? You could do either. In the software development industry, internships or trainees, apprenticeships. I guess the term for it might vary but depending on where you are. One computer guy. Thank you very much. But you could do either, and that would be fine because both of those are going to be experience on your resume. I would apply to both, and also really apply to anything that says entry level or anything that says like less than 2 years of experience. Just apply to it. Just apply. Nuxt is still unusable. Nuxt is actually pretty usable. Well, so yeah, and in terms of what are we going to be doing the rest of the week, if you check out the schedule, on Wednesday we're going to be doing a recap of choosing a full stack framework. So if you tuned in 2 weeks ago, we tried SvelteKit and Nuxt and Remix and React and Next, and on Wednesday, Next gets another shot because the library we were trying to use got updated. Same thing with SvelteKit. We're going to give it another shot, and then we're going to summarize our findings. We're going to talk about what I like, what I don't like. We're going to choose one, and then on Friday we're going to start building with that thing. So yeah. Why do we get a heart on messages? Is that a new Twitch feature? I have no idea. Nobody in the chat says this. It's fine if they do. Honestly, like, I don't know if I'm gonna hide chat or not. I think I'll show it because, like, the whole idea of making videos like this, for one, it gets people to sub to YouTube. And Terawatt, thank you very much for the 6 months. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3. Videos like this will get people to sub to the YouTube channel, and when they watch it, they'll be like, "Oh, I want to be there when they record that," and so they'll maybe tune into Twitch. It doesn't really matter if it's not if they know whether or not it's the same day. I need to change my computer date. Oh no, it's right. I think it's right. Oh, they'll see. Oh, you're right. They'll see the day in the menu bar. I can hide it. That's a good point. What's up, Farshid? Welcome in. The next 3 docs are unparalleled. I feel like it. I think we got this. I mean, we'll talk about this on Wednesday, but I got this kind of the same feeling with a similar thing. So with Nuxt, they generate you an app that has nothing in it, and then you really, really have to read the docs to understand everything that's happening. With Remix, they generate an app with a bunch of stuff in it, and you kind of need to read the docs to know what all the stuff is. I don't know. And Degrimic, thank you for that resub as well. Yeah. I don't know what the Moments badge is either. Somebody did a moment? It's a Twitch thing. All right, let's thank all of the subs, all the resubs, all the supports. Thank you for all these follows. Appreciate you all. And before stream, Stealthy resub. Thank you, Saltiome, for the 10-month prime. The She-Boss with the 5 gifted. Thank you for that. Timon. 2023 is the year where I pronounce your name correctly. Timon, thank you for the 21 months. Clicky Poo, thank you for the 2 months. Chief Mustardo with the 25 months. The Real Gregarious with the 32 months. Shaman with the 4 months. Chase Solid with the 3 months. DeCallers with the 1 year. One Computer Guy with the 20 months. Says just dropping by. Thank you for dropping by. Terawatt with the 6 months, and Degramic with the 5 months. Yeah, Chiago Tima. The 2023, the year where I say your name right as well. A moment is a clip that everyone gets a reward for participating in. Okay, I don't know how we can trigger... Does anybody know how to trigger moments? I don't know. Lorville is the Angular of PHP. Lots of opinions, lots of black box magic, lots of enterprise love. I could see that parallel, Ryan. Okay, am I missing anything? Do I look okay? Do I look rested? Are my colors off? Am I looking at the camera right? Hi everyone. It's a mod command. Oh, so mods can make moments. Volume? Is the volume good? Volume good? Do I need to turn it up? I mean, I don't know if I can go much further up than that. We can do like that. There is a blue screen error at the top. Thank you for letting me know. Let me fix that. I can do this without you seeing what I'm doing here. Oh, never mind. Once I do this, you might close your eyes for a second if it's dark where you are. Okay. Okay. And who noticed that? Whoever noticed that, thank you for noticing that. Oh, Saint Lolek, thank you for that as well. Yeah, and anybody that won stickers, I mailed them, except for one person, but I'm going to mail those tomorrow. So the stickers are in the mail. If you live, so I'm in the United States. If you live outside the United States, you might not get the stickers for like a month or more. But just know that they're on the way. They're on the way. Yeah. I feel like baking a cake, but not in my kitchen. I see what you're saying. It's an analogy of being on the first day of your new job. Baking a cake outside your kitchen. You don't know where anything is. I know the feeling. Yeah. 7 to 12 business days. You can open your eyes now. Yeah, should be good. Stop bragging. I'm not bragging about living in the U.S. It's just a fact. You did miss the form. Yeah, so if you are a mod or you are a VIP, check Discord. There's a form you can fill out. Just let me know that you filled it out, and I'll send the stickers. And you can do that at any time. I mean, yeah, I'll just go to the post office tomorrow. So, yeah. Carl Johnson, that's me. Okay, everybody, let's get started. First thing, we need a Twitch channel trailer. Let's come up with my talking points, and then let's make a Twitch channel trailer. I think it's 60 seconds. Also, I need to say hi to everybody. How to make a Twitch channel trailer to get more views. I just want to see the Twitch blog about the trailer, because don't they talk about it? How to make an eye-catching Twitch trailer. Twitch blog. This one. They added it at some point, and I feel like they had an article on what it was and how to do it. How do I search this website? I got it. I have to play Fortnite? Twitch trailer with AI and blockchain. Ask ChatGPT. Oh, okay, this will be fun. Give me a second to log in. We can ask it, what should I talk about in my Twitch channel trailer? Channel page setup. Channel trailer. Channel trailers are short videos to introduce yourself to new viewers while you're offline. Your trailer will show up at the top of your offline channel page when a new viewer visits. Keep it short and sweet. A quick introduction video can be up to 60 seconds. Okay, so 60 seconds, that's really all I was looking for. We'll talk about what we do here, which is we solve coding problems, we build apps. And I think what we'll do is, while I'm saying all of that, I'll point to you, chat. We'll get some audience participation. I'll be like, what's your favorite thing about Coding Garden? And then I'll just do this, and then I think that'll be it. Yeah, so we do, okay, yeah, so we do Q&A, we do full app builds, we do problem solving, we do career advice, I guess. You could say that. This is not my strong point. Career advice is not my strong point, but we have lots of chat participation. I'm not going to tell them what it is, but we will... I'll just point to how our chat is like nicely customized. Also, I guess my hand gets cut off there, but community contributions. That's one way of participating, is trolling. Community. What else do we do here? Emerging trends in software engineering, sort of. I mean, we are focused in web dev mostly, but so with doing programming news, I am going to be branching out of web dev. Any news that's relevant to programming, I'll talk about. And then one thing I thought about, like, obviously I'm getting ahead of myself, but for Daily Programmer, I thought at the beginning of not every episode, but some episodes, we can spin a wheel with a bunch of programming languages on it, and wherever it lands, that's what language I have to use to solve the problem. Open source community collaboration. Yeah. Happy, positive attitude in the exploration of new and cool technology things. I like that, Ryan. Say these whenever I point to you, chat. Say these things again. But what I will say is also co-working. I mean, I don't technically co-work, but I know a lot of people have said they like to put my stream on in the background because it makes them feel less lonely, like if they're working from home or something like that. Okay, so we're gonna wing it. These are the things that we want to hit on. What we do. I'm just nice to watch. What's up, Origin? Best wishes to you as well. Okay, I think that covers it. We'll set a timer. We'll do it live. Welcome in, censored. A new friend. Glad to see you. Okay. I feel like I'm redder than usual. I don't know. The fact that I do open source projects the community can collab on. Yeah, I think it's like I do, but the collaboration part needs some work, I would say. We don't do as much collaboration as I'd like to, but you know. An open-minded, enthusiastic approach towards discovering and learning about new innovative technologies and frameworks. It is. I don't think I'm not going to say that though. I don't want to sound like a I don't know. I don't know. Like, oh wait, I want to be in front of that, like that. Nice. No, I appreciate your input, Ryan. Oh, how about this? Just whenever I point to the chat, say that. Shouldn't I be wearing my merch? Nah. You know what I'll do? I'll make this one slightly longer, and then everyone with OCD will will be focused on that. Like this. Wait. Yeah. How's that? What should I talk about in my... Oh, you can't see this, but I'm typing into ChatGPT. What should I talk about in my Twitch channel trailer? Alright, I'll fix it. Twitch channel trailer is a video that introduces new viewers to your channel and gives them a taste of what they can expect from your content. Some things you might want to consider including in your channel trailer are an overview of the types of games and activities you stream. We've got that. These are our activities. Your personality and the atmosphere of your stream. I'm not going to say, I am a happy person and I don't say curse words and it's a friendly environment. You'll just get that by being here. Unique features or events that you offer on your channel. Sure, community. Any special guests or co-streamers you have on your channel. It's just me. It's just me. Your schedule and when viewers can expect to find you live. Oh, good point. Thank you, ChatGPT. Great work. Great work. Schedule. Any other details or information that you think would be helpful for new viewers to know? Heck yeah, ChatGPT. You know what's up. Okay, so we'll just have this tab open to tell them about the schedule. And then also, not that, FAQs. I'll have the frequently asked questions open to show them that. I'll also show them coding.garden because it has all of the things that you can click on. And yeah, I guess I'll talk about my newsletter too. I mean, in a way, this might just be information overload, you know, because people are just here to watch my stream. But plug the merch. Here's the thing. I'm gonna definitely plug the merch for our YouTube intro video. I don't know if I'll plug the merch for our Twitch channel trailer. Write me a script. The thing is, I don't use scripts, and that's also one of the things about Coding Garden is I don't use scripts. and I just do everything live. But could that be too much for 60 seconds? Possibly, but we're gonna try our best. Okay, let's say hi to everyone, and then we'll do it. So let's just warm up by saying hello. If you would like me to acknowledge you, if you want me to say hello to you, say hi, hello, hey, yo, cheers, greetings, hi, us up, what's up, morning, afternoon, evening, howdy, good day, coding, hi-o, vohio, or boga hey. If your message matches this regular expression, I will acknowledge you. So we're gonna go back in time. To 45 minutes ago, Sequel Gordster was the first to say hello. Happy 2023. What's up, Sequel Gordster? Hello, Mark and Zelino and Timon and the Shibas and Clicky Poo. What's up, Disredis and Tanner Barcelos and Razorson and Wodude and Chief Mustardo. Hello, Descendine and Donk and Mihai Andre. What's up, Cave and George? What's up, Mike the Tree Climber? Hello, Macaroni Pizza Pie and Veritatas and Pop Plip. And Ehlers and DB16 and hello, Nino Sorar. What's up, The Mixed and Gregoro and Nuki Hoon. How's it going? What's up, Bulek Noak? Hello, Mendoza and Terawat and Itzy and hello, Ryan. And what's up, Kobe and Farshid and One Computer Guy and Mesley and Ricky and Nishark and Origin and Fob and Nico and hello, Stony Ego. What's up, Turkler, Barada and Age Monkey and Coding Evolution. How's it going? I like your little avatar. That's nice. What's up, It's Not DG and Chiago. How's it going? What's up, Jodu and Kiljisa and Porky and Sabatu and Comics. What's up, Saint Lolek and Mayor Chiaro. What's up, Marshall Mark, and hello, Curried Lambda. Happy New Year to you. What's up, MD Subuntu and PJ Keller, Mr. Goon, and America 2050, and Ju Che. Welcome in, everybody. And Gordon Lee, welcome in. Glad to have you. Welcome, everyone. You saw me yesterday, so Coding Train was streaming again. I mean, I was in the chat. I wasn't on the stream, but I was in the chat. I want to make it a point to tune in to as many Coding Train live streams as I can. If you don't know the Coding Train, check him out over on YouTube. He's great, and he's a big inspiration for my channel here. But over the past, honestly, the past 2 years, I just haven't had the time to watch his stream, and I want to watch it more. So. Where can you get a ghost cup? It's just blue. It's just a blue. You can see. Oh, I guess I forgot that the blue screen is on the screen too. It's just a blue cup. All right, let's do my channel intro. I gotta get hyped up and ready. We'll do this so that there's a nice little Coding Garden logo. When I point to you, Chad, it's your turn to say hello, also to say what you like about the channel. I don't know, I don't know what I'm gonna say, but whatever I say, say things in the chat. And Oji, thank you very much. Appreciate that. I like coding improv. I hope to do more of it this year for sure. All right, let's get that out the way. Let's just have this like this. And yeah, brought to you by the support of viewers like you. Okay, let's give it a shot. We'll do a 1 minute and 2 seconds timer. And here we go. Hello, friends. Welcome to Coding Garden. Here on the channel, we do lots of things. Mainly, we're a community, so you can see all the people in the Twitch chat here. We like to chat, have a good time, and this is a very open environment. Whether you're a beginner coder or an advanced coder, everyone likes to hang out here, and we all have a good time. So we do question and answer streams fairly often. We also do full application builds. You can see me build things from start to finish. And we also do problem solving, like code katas or leak code. Sometimes I'll give career advice. I'm not the best at that, but we do that. And sometimes we do co-working, so you can just put me on in the background while you're hanging out at home. If you want to know more things about me, visit coding.garden. Has all the links for all the stuff. We have a schedule that says when I'm going to be live. There's also a frequently asked questions page with all the common things that people typically ask. And I also have a mailing list if you want to get notified if I'm live or anything like that. Anything I'm missing, chat, if you want to say what it's like, I guess maybe okay, I didn't have the words ready. Time's up. Time's up. I think we can do it again though. That was a good rough draft. Good rough draft. But this is for Twitch. It's not for YouTube. Oh yeah, so I forgot to say about the chat participation. And that, so I mean maybe I'll talk about that second because that will be your time to shine because I'm going to point out like your team badges and your pronouns and your statuses and stuff like that. This guy is legit. Thanks. All right, let's try one more time. I think we got it this time. Revering? Oh. I don't know. Okay, here we go. Hello friends, welcome to Coding Garden. I'm CJ, and here on my channel we do lots of things. Typically, we're very community focused, so whether you're a beginner programmer or a seasoned veteran, we all hang out here, we have a good time, everybody helps each other. We typically do Q&A streams where you can show up and just ask me anything about programming or coding or anything about career stuff, and I'll do my best to answer it. Also, people in the chat will do their best to answer it. We also do full application builds, so I'll build things from start to finish, and you can watch my process, and sometimes we'll do problem solving. So we'll do like code katas or leak code or daily programmer, and you can also see my process as I solve those problems. And some people also just put me on in the background for co-working. We have a lot of chat participation, so you can see I have lots of cool overlays like the drop game, and people in the chat have custom badges like their country flag and their team badge and different stuff like that. And I'll let people in the chat tell you why they like to watch me. If you want to know more, visit coding.garden. We're out of time. We're out of time. I think I'm spending too much time here. One more. Third time's the charm. We're going to do this. We can get this. I need to cut this in half. I need to say this like all in one word. I mean, I guess I'm already doing that. Skip every second word. All right, here we go. This is the one. I honestly need to be able to see the timer while I'm doing that. Let me just put a timer on my phone too. Drink a coffee? I've had a homemade Red Bull today, so do it like a used car sales commercial. Well, there's gonna be no editing. That's the thing. Is like we're gonna take this 60-second clip, and that will be the that will be what I say. It probably could generate a script, but like I said, it needs to feel live and genuine. Also, I'm realizing my air conditioner is really loud. I might need to go turn my air conditioner off. I'm gonna go turn my air conditioner off. I'll be right back. Hello. Hello. Let us type what you want, and you can voice over it. Yeah, I think that's the case, Ryan. I appreciate that though. With where we make coding fun, we do. I think, and that's the other thing. I've been trying to think like, how do I talk about my channel, right? Like, because it's not just a tutorial channel. It's not just an education channel. And in fact, pretty often I'm not doing tutorials. I am I'm modeling how I do things. I don't know. Pranjal, thank you very much for that resub. Happy New Year. And I sent your stickers are in the mail, so be on the lookout for those. Okay. AC is off. Here we go. Hello friends, welcome to Coding Garden. I'm CJ, and here on my channel we are very community focused. We have lots of beginners and advanced coders. We all hang out. We like to help each other a lot. I do question and answer streams where you can ask about anything coding related. I do full app builds. I solve problems. I give career advice, and also people put me on in the background, and I do co-working. We have a lot of chat participation. You can see people have their country flags and teams and statuses and different stuff like that. And if you want to know more about what I do, visit coding.garden. It has links to all my stuff. We have a schedule that says when I'm going to be live. We have frequently asked questions that you can read through of things people typically ask. And you can also sign up for the mailing list where I send out go live notifications and things like that. So that's me. Hopefully you tune in and you hang out, say hi in the chat. People in the chat, let me know, what do you like about Coding Garden? Why are you here? And why should the people that are watching this, why should they stick around? Cool. That's it. That was a minute. I think we did it. We did it. That was all right. I felt like I ran out of breath, so like I had to take a breath, and then but that'll work. That'll definitely work. That's the one. Yeah, see? All it took was a little practice. Great. And actually, I'll leave all of those things open because now we don't have to rush as much. Now we get 5 minutes to do this for YouTube. I appreciate the hydration. Elf is my name. Yeah. Do one or two with the intention of not using them. I could see that. Yeah, like I think there's always like pressure because I'm like I got to do it first try. But if I go into it knowing that it's gonna take a few practices, and then we'll get it. Yeah. Hey, okay. Next up, we're going to do the same thing, but we're going to do it for YouTube. So we have a few more minutes. And I think what I also want to do is just kind of give people a guide to my YouTube channel. Because there's a lot of stuff. So I'll talk about the Learning Starts Here playlist. Oh, I didn't even talk about the Discord yet, but I think pointing people to coding.garden is the easiest thing because this has everything. This has Twitch, YouTube, Twitter, Discord, the schedule, frequently asked questions, all of that stuff. I like that idea too, Ryan. It's like, okay, this isn't the one, but then it is the one because it was like there's less stress. I will promote the Discord as well because we have a what do you call it? Like a help forum, and people ask questions there. We're a community, all right? Okay. Yeah, see, coding.garden, yeah. I think the thing about the Twitch trailer is like, yeah, oh, you know what? One thing I didn't mention, though, was the archive channel where all of the VODs are. I guess that's fine, but I think one thing I've been doing, though, is I've been, like, instantly unlisting the VODs over here on Twitch because I want to get people over to the archive channel. I guess I actually don't have the archive channel linked on coding.garden. But yeah, so I mean, the reason I don't have them on Twitch is because a lot of the viewership stats get lost into Twitch. So what Twitch does is after a live stream, all of the real-time like live views get tacked on to that VOD. So it'll say, like, I mean, if you look at my channel right now, any of the VODs that are still up there, videos. What's up, Leak Geek? Welcome in. We'll say like 4.7 thousand views, but that's essentially how many unique viewers watched it while I was live, plus anybody that watched the VOD afterwards. And I kind of want to like consolidate my stats. So if you look at the Coding Garden archive, I mean, it could be the topic, but the fact that I unlisted these videos very quickly from Twitch and then put them on the archive, you can see that their viewership is much higher than some of my other VODs where the viewership was like only like 100 or so. And I think it's because people were watching the VODs on Twitch instead of over on YouTube. So subscribe to the archive channel. all of that to say. And I'm doing a much better job of uploading the VODs over to the archive much sooner. All right. So for the YouTube intro, we're going to talk about all the same things, but I do want to show the playlists. Like Learning Starts Here. We'll talk about the archive channel. And then, yeah, I think I'll just scroll the page here to show those. Yes. So, Discord. Please don't do code katas anymore. It's unnecessary. Yeah, I mean, I honestly had the same feeling just because I was like, I've done so many of them, right? There are over 60 episodes of code katas. But the thing that you may not think about is, as a channel that has a lot of beginners watching, my audience actually rotates a lot, right? So people that started watching me when they were learning to code might not actually watch my channel anymore. And the reason they started watching my channel is because I was doing these live streams with code katas and stuff like that. So my answer to that is I'm going to be doing this daily programmer thing where you'll get 3 different problems a week posted to YouTube where I'm solving problems. Code katas are small programming problems, not small because they can be big too, but they're programming problems to solve, to practice coding. They're specifically on Code Wars. They call them katas over here, but that's the thing. But yeah, I see why people that have been around for a while might say, I don't want to see that anymore. But you do have to think about, okay, my audience is constantly changing and I need to get new viewers in. So how do I do that? I do what I used to do, but better, because I'm a better programmer now and maybe a better teacher too. I don't know. Okay. We'll talk about the Discord. We'll talk about the archive channel. I think that's good, but we don't have to rush as much. I will set a 5-minute timer though. Yeah, and I think that's my plan. Isra Razel. We'll figure out what I want to do, because the thing is, if I do a daily programmer where every episode is a beginner problem, then only beginners are going to be tuning into that. If I do it so that if I do it 3 days a week, the first day is beginner, the second day is intermediate, and the third day is advanced, then people might only tune in for one of those days, and I think that's probably what I need to do. Or every episode has 3 problems in it, a beginner and an intermediate and an advanced. So if you're more of an advanced programmer, you know to just skip ahead to see the problem that I'm going to be solving that's more advanced. Well, we'll talk about that in a second though. But Razorson, thank you very much for the 4 months. Pankaj, where can you learn web development? Right here on the Coding Garden. So if you check out my my YouTube channel, I do have a playlist called Learning Starts Here. The first video talks about why I think web development in JavaScript should be your first programming language, and then I talk about if that's not the case, what you might choose instead. And then the second video, I point to a bunch of online resources on how to learn to code. And then a lot of the videos in that playlist are for pretty beginner focused as well. Hello, 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 hello. Oh yeah, let's talk about some of the shows that we do as well. Um, what we do, shows and series. Um, we do coding improv. Um, I guess now I'll talk about it like we're already doing it. Daily programmer. Thanks. This is my wife got this for me for Christmas. My new hat. I think we'll pick and choose Pranjal. So I think some will be from Code Wars. We could also do Exorcism, and then maybe even Leak Code. But yeah, we'll pick and choose where we get the problems from. What other series am I doing right now? Let's just call this the Friday full stack app build. Do I want to mention TypeScript? I don't know if I'll mention like I have a focus on JavaScript and TypeScript, but I keep it agnostic. I don't know, like I feel like people that don't do JavaScript or TypeScript are very and they do other programming languages are like a bit adverse to JavaScript and TypeScript, but I think I can rope them in. I can without first telling them that that's what I do. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, you're right, Acid Spark. I don't have a course yet, though. I don't do helping? Yeah, I help. We do Q&A streams where I typically help people a lot. Okay. Let's do it. This will be a YouTube intro. Maybe I'll do it in 2 takes. Let's assume I'm going to do it in 2 takes, but I'm going to set a 5-minute timer, and we're just going to chat. So be sure to say hi, YouTube, in the chat, and then also at a certain point, again, I will point to you for audience participation, and you can say why you like the Coding Garden. Okay, here we go. 5-minute timer. Hello, friends. Welcome to Coding Garden. My name is CJ, and is that take two. Okay. There's a thing I say. Okay, I'm gonna try it again. Hello, friends. Welcome to Coding Garden. My name is CJ, and there's a lot of other places you could be on the internet. Thanks for stopping by my YouTube channel, and I'm going to tell you what we do here. So if you visit coding.garden, it has links to all the things, Twitch, Twitter, our Discord, everything. So visit coding.garden. That's going to have everything you need. But just a quick rundown of what we do here. We are very community focused. So if you're a beginner programmer or an advanced programmer, over here on Twitch, I guess I need to reword that as well, right? Because people typically visit a YouTube channel to watch their edited and pre-recorded videos. Whereas I'm not actually mentioning the fact that most of my stuff on YouTube is actually edited Twitch videos. So I need to mention the fact that we're on Twitch and the stuff you're going to be seeing on YouTube is edited down from Twitch streams. That's what I need to mention. All right. 3rd time's the charm. But again, this is still the first time. So I need to get it right once and then I'll do it again. Hello, friends. Welcome to Coding Garden. My name is CJ. There's a lot of other places you can be on the internet, but thank you for stopping by my channel. Here on the Coding Garden, I do weekly live streams on Twitch, and a lot of the things we do in the live streams get edited down and uploaded over to YouTube. But on the live streams, we're very community focused, so we have beginners in the chat, people that have been coding for years, even non-programmers hang out here, and we like to just be a nice, friendly environment for people to hang out. We do a lot of different things. So we have Q&A streams where you can tune into the stream and ask any coding-related question, and I'll do my best to answer it, but also some of the experts in the chat will try to answer your questions as well. We also do full application builds, so I'll build things from start to finish. We also do problem solving like code katas or leak code, and also some career advice and even co-working. So sometimes you might just put me on in the background to keep you company while you're working from home. We have a few fun series we do, like Coding Improv. So this is a show we do every few weeks, every now and then, where people in the Twitch chat can give suggestions, and then I'll use those suggestions to build something completely random. So that's usually a pretty fun time. This year we're starting the Daily Programmer, so multiple days a week you can see an upload from me where I'm solving some programming problems, and you too can try to solve those to keep up on your programming skills. And we also have a Friday project. So if you tune in on Fridays on Twitch, we're always working on the same project, and it's typically a full stack application. So be sure to tune in there. There's lots of chat participation. We're all about community. So really, it's not just sitting there watching passively. It's we encourage you to be an active participant in the chat or even in the YouTube comments. You can see we have lots of fun stuff in the Twitch chat. People have their country flags, they have team badges, they have statuses, all of that stuff. If you want to know when I'm going to be live, coding.garden/schedule has the weekly schedule of when I'm going to be live over on Twitch. There's also frequently asked questions that you can visit and go here first before asking a question, because I've been doing this a long time. So as people ask things over and over again, I add them to this list. And then also I have a mailing list. So if you want to get notified when I go live, I also send out a weekly update. And pretty soon I'm going to be sending out an email whenever I do a Daily Programmer. So you'll get that in your inbox, and that can be something that you can practice doing. But if you sign up, you'll get all of that, and I won't spam you. And you can also unsubscribe if you don't like it. Here's a quick tour of my channel. So if you're completely new to programming, I suggest to check out this playlist. Learning starts here. So I have a video that talks about why I think web development and JavaScript should be your first programming language. I also talk about other programming languages and why you might choose those as your first. I have a video that talks about resources to learn to code, and then lots of beginner-focused videos that you can watch in that playlist as well. If you check out popular videos, you can see things that I did over on Twitch that got edited down that people seem to enjoy. And then the current series that we're working on is choosing a full stack framework. So in this series, you can see me try SvelteKit and Nuxt and Remix and Next.js, and you can see the troubles I have with them or the things that I like about them. And one thing to note is all of those VODs and everything that happens over on Twitch gets uploaded to the Coding Garden archive. So this is my secondary channel, but you can go here, and this has all of the VODs starting in 2022. Before that, all of the VODs are over on YouTube. So you can just find that in past live videos and then also on past videos. But definitely check out the archive channel as well. Am I missing anything? The Discord, yeah. So we also have a Discord. Again, that's part of the community. So if you do go to coding.garden/Discord, there's instructions on how to join. But once you're in there, got lots of stuff. So we have a help forum where you can ask questions. So if you're watching a YouTube video and you have a question, come over to the Discord, because it's a lot easier to share code samples and get you the help that you need rather than trying to type it in a YouTube comment. So definitely check out the help forum. We've got lots of community channels, discussion channels, and it's just a fun place to hang out. So definitely check that out as well. And if you have notifications on, I'll send an announcement over there whenever I'm live on Twitch. And all of the streams that are scheduled show up on the Discord schedule as well. Yeah, I think that's it. Anyone in the Twitch chat, let everyone know why you tune into the Coding Garden, why you're here, why you're subscribed on YouTube, and I think we'll end it there. But thank you for dropping by. Again, check out the videos. Hope to see you on Twitch, and we'll see you. CJ is the man. Thanks, Shulman. Seeing you build things is a great way to learn. I appreciate that. Yeah, a lot of people like the fact that I show my whole process, right? So a lot of YouTube channels are very edited and scripted. I'm not. We're doing it live. This video was made live. It's live. All right, bye everyone. That was it. I don't got to do it again. That's it. Cut. Boom. Welcome in, Savatu. Yeah, there was a but that's the thing. Like even so somebody mentioned Mr. Carson mentioned jump cuts. I think I'm gonna leave that where I was like, I'm gonna leave that in. It humanizes me, right? People will be like, oh, this was live. This wasn't scripted. So, and thank you, Nishark. I appreciate that. Great, we've done it. We've got a Twitch intro. We've got a YouTube intro. let's do programming news. So if you have some interesting news, let me know. So in the chat, do !submit with like a link to the article, or even just like a one-word sentence on any programming news that you think I should talk about. I'll be sure to try and pull from there. We'll also check out r/JavaScript and r/programming. And we'll also check out Best of JS. And we'll also check out Hacker News. Yeah, most things in r/JavaScript kind of just get like reposted to r/webdev. I'm going to log into Reddit real quick. Give me a second. There was an FBI hack? What? Is that I don't really know if I want to. I mean, maybe I can just mention that like hacks happened. I don't know if I want to, because I feel like other news sources cover that, right? Like I want to cover the things that are programming related, or things that programmers care about and that really aren't getting covered in like other news stuff. TLDR newsletter. Does it talk about programming at all? Is that what it is? Bite-sized daily tech newsletter. Newsletters. Web development? Launching soon. Do they just have do I have to do I have to sign up for the mailing list? All right. I think it's good to talk about, yeah, again, this is tech related, but like we could talk about this from a programmer's perspective, like what this actually means and why it's breaking. All right. There's also, what are some JavaScript like newsletters that we could potentially, JavaScript Weekly, do they still post things? They do. But I mean, this was December 16th, so like, yeah, even this is like a few weeks old. So we want things that are fresh, things that have happened in like the past 2 weeks. Happy New Year to you, Full Regret. Thanks for being here. Yeah, so when is this Manifest v3 launching? ES Next News. Let's check it out. It's less news afterwards that we go. Exactly. But because this is the beginning of the year and because there were holidays, we'll go for the past, anything that happens in the past 2 weeks. Latest issue. This was, yeah, December 13th. It's a little old, too. When does Manifest v3 go into effect? Time frame. This is from Microsoft, though. We want the news from Google. As of January 17th, 2022, we stopped accepting Manifest v2 extensions. Migrate your extension to v3. This will become mandatory after Manifest v2 is phased out in 2024. So we've still got time. Is the stream flickering? Let me know. I'm not going to talk about that because it's kind of old news. I don't know if there's any new developments on it. Let me know if there are though in something that I missed. Thank you for that, Clicky Poo. Okay, let's figure out what we're going to talk about from JavaScript news. Let's do top. And then we'll do from the past week. Yeah, so that's the thing. Migrate to Firefox because I do believe they're keeping Manifest v2. So ad blockers will still continue to work the way they work now in Firefox. Now, ad blockers aren't going away completely for Manifest v3. There are just aspects of Manifest v3 that make it so that ad blockers can't block absolutely everything like they were doing before. Now, they'll have to, there's like a limit on the block list, and they'll also have to limit, they'll potentially let ads through for certain websites in order to get it working with Manifest v3. So that's the main issue, is that like if you're using AdBlock Plus in Chrome, you're still actually going to be seeing some ads with Manifest v3, but some ads will be blocked. Yeah. Yeah, I agree, Clicky Poo. I mean, really, any sort of competition is good because, I mean, it is, from a web development perspective, it is nice that, I mean, Microsoft Edge is now Chromium-based. Brave is Chromium-based. So it's like, if your users are using those browsers and you're testing in Chrome, that's nicer, but competition is good. It also, like, competition breeds innovation, right? So that's why I'm using Firefox. Competition is good. And also, Mozilla Foundation is a good company. So, terminal quick fix improvements. Yeah, it is from November. We want to keep it like super relevant. Super relevant. Vivaldi, yeah. Did that used to be Opera? Or is that different? Why I'm not using Netscape Navigator anymore. All right, fellow humans, it is... That's funny. This is just like a New Year's post. There ain't no party like a UTC party. This is an open source e-commerce platform built with Node.js and React. It's called Evershopped. It has 262 stars. Cool. I'm not going to talk about it. This is a blog post by Ryan, the creator of Solid.js, heading into 2023. Nice. We'll definitely reference this article, and we'll have a link to it. Orb, the free and open source web desktop. Yeah, this is another thing, isn't it? This is... Oh, no, never mind. But there is a web browser that launched that's like targeted at web developers. Just use IE7. JavaScript projects I'll be watching in 2023. Turbo Repo, Tari, Bun, Remix, TurboPack, and Astro. I agree with that list. We'll reference this article too. We haven't chosen a full stack framework. We're gonna be deciding and talking about it on Wednesday. Happy New Year, Will. Welcome in. Introducing SuperDiff. Compare objects and arrays with readable diffs. Interesting. Seems cool. Like, is it super new? Where did you see Polypane? Was that mentioned over here? We'll get into it. Yeah, I think what we'll also have is a... we'll have a new libraries to check out section of the news, so that'll be listed on there. And I guess technically... we could list this thing in there, this Evershop thing. in like new libraries. The thing is, every time I see the word like new or the fact that it's like so fresh, I get flashbacks. So obviously every project has to start somewhere, but things being so new, I may not use them, you know. Oh, you're poking around your own tabs. I see. Let's see what Polypaint is. Oh, that's okay. You're talking about the browser. The browser for ambitious developers. Is this it? Maybe it is. Top browsers for developers. I don't know if Polypaint had like a recent release or not. But those of you that are just joining us, if you know of any news or anything that's worth talking about, anything that's happened in like the past 2 weeks in the world of programming or web development, exclamation mark submit in the chat, and I'll take a look. The LastPass hack confirmed. Yeah, as this was from the beginning of the month. I saw that this happened though. Like it's crazy that like a password management app would be compromised because if hackers got access to, like, the thing is, like, the passwords that they're storing were very likely like in an encrypted vault type thing, but if the hackers have access to that, then they could just offline brute force the key or the password for those vaults. So that's crazy. Sizzy, this is the one I'm thinking of, I do believe. I think this is it, but I don't know if they had any recent news about it. URLs weren't encrypted. That's even worse, right? So if you know what the login URL is, and then you have offline access to the encrypted password, you could brute force it, and then you know where to use that password. Cool. All right. No one brought this up, but we did use it. We did use it when we were using SvelteKit last week. Oh no, never mind. No. This is news. Thank you, Constantly Const. Yeah, we used it with SvelteKit. They're announcing it for Solid. That's awesome. Wowee! Wowee! Yeah, we're definitely going to talk about that. All right. Tamagui. Yeah, this seemed pretty popular. So this is a component library for React Native that also works for React Native for web. And I think a lot of people are excited about that because the React Native for web story isn't that great right now, and I think the hope is to fix that with this library. Yeah, it's possible, Clicky Poo. There's also could be some what do you call it? Artifacting. So when a video is transcoded, there can be some artifacting. Now, right now, I'm doing a constant bitrate of 6,000 kilobits. My preset is slower, better quality, and my tuning is low latency. One of those things could fix it. But is anybody else noticing it? Like, they mentioned it when I show a white screen. Like this. Do you see artifacting right now? Or like weird flickering? No? Okay. All right. Okay. Vuetify roadmap. Is this recent news? It's good? Okay. Yeah, I don't know what it is. Was it Clicky Poo that mentioned that? Yeah, I think it's just you, Clicky Poo. I don't know what it is. You might try refreshing. I don't know. I don't know. Am I fuzzy? Do I look okay? Okay. This is great, but it is older news. Old news. So we won't talk about it, but it is cool to note that you can finally use Vuetify with Vue 3. Wait. No, because I remember we talked about this because there was like when the stable release came out. Yeah, and then we saw like the dark documentation. It's only as of December 21st. I still feel like we talked about it though. I want news from the past 2 weeks. Nothing older than 2 weeks. And Leak Geek, thank you for that resub. Do I have do I map out a technology list at the beginning of the year? Kind of like a roadmap to things you want to learn or do. Haven't done it in the past, but I'm thinking about generating one to help me focus on specific topics. I've never done this. It could be fun to do. I think I'll wait for the state of JS results because that's kind of where I do that, like not formally or anything, but like looking at the state of JS results, there's a lot of things that maybe I haven't tried or things that are getting more popular. So that kind of informs maybe what I should do. So I've never made like an official roadmap, but my plan is really just to look at the results. Okay, can someone find like a blog post from Vuetify about the release? Vuetify. GitHub issues? How does daily.dev work? Yeah, I think that's the main. Somebody recommended this before. I was like, I don't want to install this extension. Like, I'm happy to look at a list, but I am not going to install an extension just for reading news. That doesn't make sense. Yeah, here we go. Try the web version instead. Well, Vuetify has V3 support. That's what we're saying. The tie-in is they officially they finally announced Vue 3 support. So with Auth.js, how can you retrieve the token to introspect app roles and to grab token for API usage? You'll have to, my understanding is you would have to implement that yourself. Like by default, it just stores like a few details about the user in the cookie. But if you want to authorize a user based on their role, you'll probably need to create a custom middleware that looks up the user in your database to get their roles and then acts accordingly. Or you'll need to override what gets put into the cookie or like the token, and you could override that to actually include roles, but you would have to do a custom database lookup to grab those roles. As far as I know, there might actually be a library you can add to it that adds like role-based authentication, but my understanding is that you'd have to do it manually. Cool. Actually, I'm really curious, what permissions does this daily.dev access your data for sites on daily.dev, access your data for sites on daily now, access your data for access your browsing history, access your data for all websites. Like, I get that maybe the extension would like embed user comments on like other websites or something like that, but I don't want an extension accessing every website I visit just for news. Okay, if somebody finds the Vuetify 3 link, let me know. Yeah, and I think that's the story for a lot of people. Like Quasar supports Vue sort of started supporting Vue 3 way before now, which is when Vuetify is supporting it. So a lot of people jumped to Quasar. Infraguard. Is this new? Yeah, that's why I'm not gonna use it. FBI security platform Infraguard hacked. 87,000 members' data sold online. This is just from December 14th. Interesting. I think we do have 7TV emotes. Should anyways. I mean, the fact that my name is highlighted, like I have 7TV enabled. I don't know how to tell if an emote is 7TV or if it's Better Twitch TV. Nobody sees it? Let me just log into 7TV really quick. Haven't heard about Jesnock, but I think there's a lot of groups that do something similar. Like, if you go on eBay and just buy like used computers or buy old hard drives that say they've been wiped, a lot of times if someone doesn't do like a multi-pass write of all zeros to the disk, you can still recover the data that was on it. So like when you format a drive in quick format mode, you're basically just wiping out the table that says where all the files are, but all the data is still there. So yeah, a lot of groups will do stuff like that. Just get old hard drives and try to find data and information off of them. So I could see something like that happening with like iris scanners. I mean, did I like uncheck 7TV emotes or something? Managed by Coding Garden. Oh, yeah, I got unassigned for some reason. There we go. We should have 7TV emotes now. Yeah, as long as the MBR, the master boot record. Yeah, there we go. 7TV should work now. Wait. But yeah, as long as the master boot record is the only thing that's wiped, the data will still be present. I've actually recovered a hard drive before where the master boot record got corrupted. It seemed like I lost all of my data, but I booted into like a live Linux system that let me I'll need to restart my API server because the emotes are cached on the API server. What was I saying? Yeah, I like restored the master boot record and then got access to all my files again. Yeah, and that's the other thing about like so dban is a tool we used to use at when I worked at a help desk years ago. I worked at a help desk a long time ago. But we would use dban to like securely wipe the hard drives. It essentially does multiple passes of just zeros so that any data that was already there gets overwritten multiple times. Yeah, I think the statute of limitations are gone, Ryan. You can probably talk about crazy things. I think that's the thing. Like anybody that's worked at a place where you're fixing computers, you might have horror stories or about the things you find on the machines and stuff like that. Yeah, that's definitely a thing at jobs like that. Okay, so if you're just joining us, we are looking for tech news. If you have any tech news or really programming related news, anything that's happened in the past 2 weeks, !submit. That'll get it in front of my eyes, and I'll take a look. Also, any interesting tweets that people have made, I'll be happy to bring those up as well. But if you do !submit with the link, I'll give it a look. Right now, I'm just going through the top posts on r/JavaScript for the last week, picking out the things I'm going to talk about. I'll do the same thing with r/programming. I'll do the same thing with Y Combinator. And then we'll pick out a few things from Best of JS that have been increasing in popularity over the past week. But yeah. Yeah, I don't know about that Whitex. So I mainly do web dev and JavaScript and TypeScript, and I'm a senior developer. It feels weird to say, but yeah. So I don't really know. I don't know the job market for mid-level devs. Rust news. If there's anything that's like, I guess I am gonna have to focus on like web dev and JavaScript because it is my area of expertise. But like when Rust got introduced into the Linux kernel, I think that's worth talking about for programming news. But like Rust specific news, I don't know. Just because it's not my area of expertise. Announcing Hyperfetch. NX launched 5 days ago. A comparison of mono repos versus multi repos. Rust as it pertains to WebAssembly? Sure. So like there's that framework called like U. That's like Rust-based web dev stuff. I'd be open to talking about that. Okay, that's everything from r/JavaScript. Announcing Hyperfetch 3.0. What is Hyperfetch? Type safety, queues, persistence, sockets. We'll talk about that in like libraries and stuff because that got released. But just real quick. Ultimate framework for data exchange, asynchronous state management, complex persistence, and queuing. I've never heard of this. Has anybody used Hyperfetch? Leptos, which is solid for Rust. Ooh, interesting. I mean, that would be like super new because like solid is new, and to be able to like do solid type stuff with Rust, that's new. Ambitious approach to standardizing data exchange. Cool. I'll talk about it like I don't know what it is, but it seems like it's worth checking out. NX version 15.4 was released, so NX is a tool for mono repos and other things. So we'll talk about that too. And then we've got interesting articles. This is mono repos versus multi repos. We'll talk about that too. Random new libraries, super diff. Let's look at web dev. Happy New Year, Electrothermal. Welcome in. Top from the past week. Not the past hour, the past week. Safari's date picker is the cause of 1/3 of our customer report issues. Yeah, mobile inputs are always weird. Like, especially, honestly, the date picker in general isn't good for picking dates in the past. So like, even on like Android or Mac or Windows, like if you have a date field in your form, you probably, and it's like date of birth or some date that's really far in the past, you probably don't want to use a date picker because like the UI isn't intuitive enough to tell you like, I want to go back like 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. How do you do that in this interface? And it's not very intuitive. I would say this is the same for even Android and on a Mac. So, I mean, their conclusion was to just use number inputs for month, day, year. So that way people don't have to like scroll back a bunch of years to get to like date of birth or whatever else. We'll talk about that because that's a fun little topic. Sites to find freelance work. Seems fine. Yeah, they made a little table. Look at them. Yeah, we'll talk about that. What would be a nice way of doing it? 3 number inputs. So you have a number input for month, number input for day, and number input for year. I also I don't like it when a site has a drop down. So if you're filling in your credit card expiration, when they have a drop down that has the names of the months, that really irks me because I'm like, okay, how do I convert the expiration year, which is a number on my card, to the word? And it's not an instant thing. I have to actually think about it. I know it's not that hard, but I still have to think about, okay, what number of the year is this month? So I mean, number inputs for all 3 makes sense. Day, month, year, whatever. So we probably year, month, day, because I think both you and I, you being someone that doesn't doesn't have US dates, can agree on that ISO standard, which is year, month, day versus month, day, year, because in Europe and in everywhere else in the world besides the US, they do day, month, year instead of month, day, year. But if you do year, month, day, people will know what you're talking about. Would I ever invite a guest for an AMA or Q&A? I would. I just have to figure out how we want to do it, right? Because one of the main things about the Coding Garden is the amount of chat interaction and chat participation. And most people are not used to that. Honestly, even if you watch other programming and tech streamers on Twitch, their chat interaction is just very different than how I do it. So I worry that if I bring someone on, it basically changes how I do everything, because it's like that person is not used to reading the chat like I read the chat, and we basically just have to ignore the chat for a little bit. And I don't know how I feel about that, which is why I've avoided doing it for so long. So, but we'll see. I mean, I think if it's a community member, or people that know how the Coding Garden works, I'd be open to doing that, because they know that we're really just here, and also we're here with the chat. It's not just us two. What is this? A colloquial term used by Canadians for someone who is from Newfoundland. Wait, why did you? Oh, I think you were responding to somebody else. That's funny. Okay. Let's keep moving. Have you ever had to deal with a teammate who had a false sense of confidence? Yes, and it can be very dangerous. They think they know what they're doing, and also they're potentially in a position where they have responsibility and are able to make decisions, and they actually don't know what they're doing. And I've dealt with that a lot in my career. And Weird Divide, thank you for that Prime. 9 months, that's awesome. Appreciate you. How DigitalOcean got millions of monthly readers by understanding developers. I didn't see this article, but this is a very interesting topic, because if you've ever tried to configure an Ubuntu system or a Linux system, and you search the web for the thing you're trying to do, 90% of the time you're going to find an article from DigitalOcean that tells you how to do that thing. I use their articles all the time for how to install Docker on Ubuntu, or how to configure a firewall on Ubuntu. We'll definitely show that article, because that's good stuff. All right. Flexbox Froggy is the best way to learn Flexbox and CSS. That's funny. Flexbox Froggy has been out for a long time, but somebody can post it on Reddit and get 400 upvotes. Borgenvan, thank you very much for the Prime. You're new here. Thank you for the Prime. I appreciate you. Fortunately, it's not just an SEO thing. They're also good. Yeah, I think that's what's good about it, is it's not just buzzword bingo. It's they are very useful. I think they employ instructional designers and technical writers to do it right. How to deal with an incompetent team lead. Get on their good side. I mean, I don't have a good answer for you, but I think if you get on their good side, they will trust you and they will come to you for advice before trying to make decisions based on their incompetence. And they'll know that they can depend on you and ask you before making those decisions. So yeah, just befriend them, get on their good side. Because the other thing to think about is if they're incompetent and they are actually a tech lead, that also potentially means that you work at a company where uh, promotions and different things like internally are typically based just on like how long the person has been there, not necessarily like how good they are at that thing. And so if that's the case, you definitely want to get on their good side because they've probably been at the company for a long time and they're really good at navigating company politics and stuff like that. And that's the reason they're in that position. So yeah, my answer is just get on their good side. I took the 180 of that Clash most of that. That's the thing. It's like you can pick one of two things, right? Like if they're your what did you say, technical lead? Yeah, if they're your team lead, uh that's a hard position to replace, right? So it's either you're going to wait for them to get replaced because you know that the higher ups know that they're incompetent and eventually they will get replaced and maybe eventually you'll have a better team lead. But for right now, they're all you've got. So do your best to not clash, right? So like actually you can use Chat GPT to put in your badly phrased and mean thing that you want to say, and Chat GPT can reword it as a nice constructive thing. So yeah. And actually, like I skipped over that link earlier, but I don't know if anybody saw it. This because it was really popular, so I'm not going to talk about it. But someone made not using ChatGPT, but using the OpenAI API, which has a GPT-3 API where you can do similar things that you can do with ChatGPT, but you can do things like this where you put in a really rude thing. Your price is trash. I can't work for that price. And they reword it in a more constructive and professional way. Thank you for considering me for this project. I appreciate the offer. However, I'm afraid the proposed rate is not in line with my current rate. I'm sure you understand that I need to be compensated fairly for my work. Is there any way we come to an agreement that works for both of us? I look forward to hearing from you. So you can you put your emotional response and the thing that would potentially clash, and it rewords it in a more professional manner, which is kind of hilarious. But I mean, you could use this as a communication tool at work because the thing is, like, at the end of the day, we're all just humans trying to coexist. And if you're clashing with a team lead or a coworker or something like that, you just have to work on your communication skills, right? And the tricky part of communication is it's a two-way street, right? So if they're not on the same page of like getting better at communicating, you have to get the ball rolling. Like you have to be the one to step up and be a better communicator. Like don't have emotional responses. Be polite and constructive. Take a breather before responding emotionally, because I don't know, like I mentioned earlier, like you're kind of stuck with your coworkers, at least for now. It's not like they can just be instantly replaced. So figure out how to work with them, because otherwise otherwise your life suffers, right? Like you have a bad time at work because you're butting heads, and then you get off of work and now you're just mad, and like that madness bleeds into your personal life. So I accidentally sent the human response. That's fine. So my advice is just try to be the better person, be a better communicator, and you'll have a better time. Because you're also like setting an example, right? Because if you work with someone that is like hard to work with or like a bad communicator, and if you are more patient with them, you'll potentially be able to break their exterior and maybe have a frank conversation about how they need to be a better communicator. I don't know. Let's click some links. Good advice. Yeah, I mean, it's one of two routes. You either continue butting heads and you continue being like negative with them, or be the better person. Didn't Linus make this for himself because he couldn't resist calling people? I mean, I think so. So I think that's another thing. Like in programming and in tech, like people like to generalize that programmers are abrasive or like not good communicators or that kind of thing. We're also like gatekeepers. And the thing is, there are a lot of people that are, but I'm here to say that there are people in the field that aren't as well. Yeah. Because I'm pretty sure there's a quote from Linus Torvalds, the creator of the Linux kernel, something about how JavaScript is bad, but I don't know. How do I know I'm a bad communicator? That's the hard part for me. It's tricky. Yeah, I mean, ultimately, I think empathy is the biggest piece, right? So can you think about what you're going to say and how you're going to communicate and how that's going to be interpreted by the other person, right? Because everyone has different past experiences, everyone interprets things slightly differently, and you have to be able to think about how is the other person going to interpret this, because it's probably not the same way that you would interpret it. And I know for a lot of people, even that is hard, because like thinking about how the other person might think or how the other person might take that in, even that is tricky. But I think like all skills, it just takes practice. I know there are like, it's tricky to talk about because for non-neurotypical people, sometimes it's like that's just a disability, like an inability to empathize with others or to see how others might interpret what you're saying. But it potentially is something that you can work on. I mean, obviously, like if it is like a disability that you can never get over, it's going to be tricky. But you could also, I mean, like a lot of people are saying, you could ask ChatGPT. You could say, and also there are tools to like gauge the tone of the thing that you're saying. So you could type it out and it'll tell you, well, this comes off as passive aggressive, or you could reword this to be more welcoming. So I think there are potentially like grammar tools that could help you. I don't know. One of the best things about the industry is tolerance. Competence is based on knowledge and experience. If you really wish to resolve the issues with your team lead, maybe suggest sources or the knowledge that is lacking. I think that's the other thing is like if they are accepting of advice, right? Hey, I saw that you were trying to do this thing. Here's a really good resource on that. The tricky part is if they are so incompetent, they're like, oh, I already know that. I don't need that resource. And that can be hard. I have not seen this. Oh, thank you. Les Carbonaro. A lot of programmers are geeky and not social butterflies. Yeah, but I think it is, I think it's something worth talking about because, what is this? How to write a best-selling book. What does it do? what does ChatBCG do? I'll have to read your comments. But I think just like you learned to program, just like you learned to solve problems, you can also learn how to be a good communicator. And but you have to look at it as it's just a skill, just like everything else, and it's something that you have to practice, and something that you're potentially not going to be good at until you're good at it. But if you treat it like, oh, well, I'm just a programmer recluse that like I'm really good at coding, but I don't communicate and that's all I do. You have to have a growth mindset about communication as well. So seems harder than C++. Yeah. Emotions make it hard, the hard part. Yeah. But I think that's why taking a pause will help you be a better communicator. Shulman says, I know I'm bad at talking to humans, especially because autism stuff, but it's a thing that I'm learning how to deal with, mostly when talk to somebody and when not. Like, sleep on it first, Yeah, and I think, like, this isn't just an autism thing. Like, I think regular humans have a problem with this as well. Like, when to decide, should I sleep on it versus should I have an emotional response? I know it can be harder, like, if you're not neurotypical, but, yeah, like I said, it's a skill. I would 100% take a job for less money just to work under an amazing senior dev or team lead. Who I work with or for is more important than the work itself. Yeah, I feel the same way, which is why I worked for a smaller company for so long. Learning x86 assembly is greater than learning social skills. I mean, you can do what you want. Yeah, Shulman, I was kind of talking about the same thing. But yeah, I mean, like I said, it's where you decide to place the weight. Like, is it important for you to learn social skills? I think it is. Like, I think communication, social skills in general, like, it extends beyond work. It's also your personal relationships. It's also how you treat people in public. It's also how, like, if you're an empathetic driver or you have empathy towards other people when you're in crowded spaces. Like, I think it extends across all things. I don't know. Written communication causes the most problems. The writer and reader read the message in their own voice, which is not the same most of the time. Right, exactly. And that's what I was talking about, like different perspectives. Like you write it one way, it's potentially not going to be interpreted that way. So you have to practice thinking about how the other person is going to interpret it. What tech stack would I use to start a personal website to show off my portfolio and put something, probably Astro. Because Astro will take your site and can turn it into a completely static site. It's good for like content-based stuff. So yeah, Astro, use Astro. Or just look into similar tools like Astro. Has ADHD. I can confirm this is a big deal. I'm terribly blunt with things, so it's helpful to strip out any subtle emotion or feeling and deliver content with dry, professional context. Right. I think that's the other thing about like learning how to communicate with others, because some people may not know how to deal with blunt communication, right? Like, I think it also has to do with culture, but like, I think especially in the US, being very like straightforward and blunt with your feedback can be taken as you're a mean person, or you're an a-hole, or you're yeah, but basically like being blunt can be taken very negatively. But in some cultures, being blunt is preferred, right? Like they don't like pleasantries or anything else. They just want like, tell me how it is so that way we can move forward. But I think especially in like American culture, we like a lot of pleasantries and we like to spin it a certain way. So yeah. Do I still work as a text consultant? Nope. It's just, I'm just here on Twitch talking to people. Americans love soft language, yeah. I'm a few minutes behind, but let's see. It's an important skill if you ever want to go into management. Yeah, I would say absolutely, but I would also say it's an important skill if you want to be a good team member, right? Like if you want to be good at working on a team, even if you just stay a developer your whole life, I think it's a good skill to have. Is that what they call soft skills? I think so. I think these could be categorized as soft skills, like, but I'm continuously of the opinion that communication is important for everything. Like it's not, I don't think you're doing it any favors by lumping it into soft skills, because you think about it as like, oh, well, I don't need to worry about that. I think it permeates your entire life. So try clicking one of those prompts at the bottom. Why was the Zune a failure? Oh, is it generating blogs? Oh no, it generates slides. Whoa, can I go full screen? Why is JavaScript weird? Yeah. Yeah, that's the other cool thing about about Astro is you can choose what you want to use. Easiest way: pick up a group hobby where there isn't pressure around your communication. I agree with that, but also, I don't know. As somebody that has had social anxiety, I mean, I still have social anxiety. I get weird around people that I don't know. I feel like anytime there's a hobby, like let's say you go to like a board game meetup, or maybe you join a D&D group, you still have to be able to communicate. Like you still have to be able to like teach the board game or work well with others. But I see what you're saying. I think because, well, what you're saying is if it's a hobby, there's lower stakes, right? Like it's not your job. And if you make somebody mad, it's kind of not the end of the world. So that might be a good place to practice your social skills or practice your communication skills. What's up, bro? Welcome in. Yeah. I completely agree with everything's a skill. Like, I think culturally, like we're moving towards people realizing that and talking about it like that. But I think for a long time, people talked about things like they were just innate, like you were just born with it, and if you don't have it, you'll never get it. But I think like most things can be learned. Yeah, I prefer to talk to my cats. Yeah, I think that's the other thing is there are cues you can use in text communication that help with getting your point across for other people to know that, oh, I was being sarcastic, or oh, I'm being funny, or oh, I'm being quirky. But yeah. New series, How to Be a Better Coworker. I'm not opposed to it. Honestly, we could do a weekly video on like one social skill. Yeah. Oh, hello. Yeah, and I appreciate that too, right? So if somebody is being blunt, they can, I mean, it's not an excuse for being mean, but what they can say it in a constructive way that, hey, like I'm going to be really blunt with you, but it's because I care about you and it's because I want you to grow. And I think you can really learn from this feedback I'm about to give you. If they preface it and you know that they're not just attacking you or being mean to you, then yeah, I mean, that's always a good thing. Yeah, no, I mean, I'm thinking of Germany when I think of blunt cultures, but it's totally fine. I mean, and like I see it in the Twitch chat sometimes too, right? Like, um, people are trying to help me, but they do it in a very direct way that, as an American used to American community, like someone from the USA used to that kind of communication, it could also like but I know how to interpret it. I know that, okay, that person, they're not being mean, they're just trying to help, and that's okay. Give it to me straight. Yeah. Don't sugarcoat it, right? A very annoying drawback, a lack of bluntness in culture, is a lack of sincerity. If you're getting praise in other cultures, you know it's real praise. Yeah, I think that's the tricky part too, right? Is you, because everything is sugar coated, you don't know, it's harder to gauge. I think especially if you're not good at interpreting those things, it is much harder to gauge. Yeah. Social skills guidebook, shyness and conversation. Interesting. Yeah, check that out. I haven't read any books on it. I think for me, um, I got better at communicating just by doing it, and I got less social anxiety just by being around people more often. Um, Basically practice and like exposure therapy. But no, but that's the thing, Eddie. It's like I it's just me in this basement. Obviously you're in the Twitch chat and like we're talking, but if you met me in public, I am a very different person, just because like I don't just talk and talk and talk and talk. I only talk if it's like something that I know about. I also don't have a lot of practice with small talk, so I have a hard time coming up with just random things to say. But like if you ask me a specific question or like about like a hobby that I have, I'll talk like I'm doing right now. But otherwise I don't. And for other people, it can be uncomfortable for them because I'm just very silent and I just kind of, but I wouldn't exactly call it social anxiety anymore, because it's not that I'm nervous and that's the reason I'm not talking. It's just how I exist. Like I don't talk unless I think there should be something to be said. But again, I'm streaming right now, so like it's my job. I have to talk. I don't know. Soft skills with Coding Garden, yeah. Yeah, I think that's a good point. Like people that were nervous or whatever, or like work in sales. I think that's the other thing about like specific problem domains that you're in, is like once you become an expert, it's a lot easier to be able to overcome anxiety. And I say overcome because people that are shy or anxious, they still are shy and they still are anxious, but they learn how to deal with that and still talk about the thing or do the job that they need to do. Yeah. Waiting to see my JavaScript is. I'm almost caught up. Yeah. All right. Being autistic doesn't mean you can't work for a FANG level company. Look up Dave Plummer in YouTube. He worked for years at Microsoft. No, I think it's actually like. Honestly, I can't say that there are more people in the programming and tech field that have autism than elsewhere, but I do know a lot of people with autism in programming and tech. So yeah, I mean, you can absolutely be successful. You can absolutely have a career with autism. But the thing is, like, autism is a spectrum, right? Like, uh, two people that are typically two people that are autistic, like, it doesn't mean they have the same thing or like they interpret the world in the same way. Like, how do I talk about this? Just the fact that it's a spectrum, right? Like one person might be autistic in that they're on the spectrum. They get more fixated on things, versus someone else that might have like sensory issues. But it's not the same for everyone. And I think it is important to note that there are successful people that have autism. Yeah. Have I done a blog or a portfolio on Astro? Nope. Nope. I use SvelteKit for coding.garden. It might make sense to use Astro for coding.garden. Coding.garden, my main website. Yeah, I could see that, Danju, like basically like self-diagnosing with the wrong thing. But I think the main issue that you're pointing at is once somebody lumps themselves into a specific category, they're just like, oh, well, I'm not going to learn that thing, or I'm not going to try to get around that because I know that I am this way, versus treating it like something that you can work on or you can get better at. But yeah, I don't know. Okay. Welcome to the coding garden, where we're going to talk about why is JavaScript weird, and also why can't I show the slides? Is there a way to go like full screen? Why is JavaScript weird? We're going to talk about what is JavaScript, weird features of JavaScript, and reasons for JavaScript's weirdness. First of all, what is JavaScript? It's a programming language used to create interactive web pages. It's a multi-paradigm language, meaning it supports multiple programming types. It is a dynamic language, meaning it can change at runtime. Here are some weird features of JavaScript. Hoisting allows variables to be used before they are declared. That's weird. Type coercion allows different data types to be compared. Automatic semicolon insertion allows semicolons to be... Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. No worries, Shalman. No, I think that's the point of the coding garden. You can talk about things you're interested in. You find other people that have those similar interests and ideas. Yeah. 0 preparation. 10 out of 10 would come to you, Toxian. Thank you, Delano. All right. We need to keep moving because we got to do this tech news thing. Let's call it there. We'll look on r/programming. This is more general news now. We'll look at top news this week. I saw this article and I'll point it out. Dev burnout drastically decreases when your team actually ships things on a regular basis. I think one of the reasons that I was burned out over like the last 12 months at my last job, I absolutely burnt out, and I'm still recovering from it. But I think the main thing was I was essentially in purgatory. I was like in a holding pattern. Like I would work on things, but then I'd be waiting for the client, waiting for other developers, and this was all the same project that like never shipped. Like we were waiting on things, and then I could do a little bit, and then we'd wait some more. And that absolutely burnt me out. So I could agree with the sentiment. And I mean, and now that I look back on it, I'm like, yeah, that's probably why. It's just like, it's like I wasn't seeing my work come to fruition, right? Like I wasn't seeing what I had done be put in front of end users and like that kind of thing. So I agree with the sentiment. We'll point to that article. How do you know if you're burnt out? I mean, personally, the way it manifested for me is like lack of motivation, mainly lack of motivation, lack of motivation. Also, like physically, I was just more tired. Like lack of energy. Like I might have a little bit of energy at the beginning of the day, but like it's slowly depleted. Whereas in the past, I would be energized for the whole day. So, I mean, and that's just me. I think it manifests differently in everyone. So, whoa, that sounds cool, Chief Mustardo. A game called Retro Gadgets. Priority and race condition. That's why I burned myself. Yeah. The top 2 articles are at odds with each other. Nothing's more damaging in programming right now than the shipping at all costs mantra. Not only does it create, no, you're absolutely right. Like I think they have different sentiments, because it's not that, it's not that we're shipping at all costs. It's that things are structured in a way that we can ship more regularly. Not ship at all costs, ship more regularly based on our processes. And I mean, in the way that I think about it is just like Agile and Scrum. And obviously, like, not obviously, I will say Agile and Scrum mean mean different things to different people. But in my experience, the things that seem to work well from Agile and Scrum is having short sprints where you get constant feedback, and also if you have things set up right, you're deploying at the end of a sprint, right? So every sprint, you pick out these are the specific features or bug fixes we're going to be working on. At the end of the sprint, that's it. That's all. You have a retro to talk about what went well, what didn't go well. You also, when those features get merged in, they should automatically be deployed, and then you move on to the next sprint. But that doesn't mean shipping at all costs. That doesn't mean putting in 80-hour work weeks to get those things done. Like if you don't get them done within the time frame, you talk about that in the retro, and then you try to figure out how the next sprint you can be more realistic about what you decide to work on, so that you're not shipping at all costs. I don't know. Lies we tell ourselves to keep using Golang. I work at a software consultancy too, and usually the projects of bigger clients move more slowly, like only provisioning of AWS accounts from the client can take up to a month. Yep, and that's kind of what I was dealing with, because I worked at a consultancy. We were consulting for a large enterprise, and I mean, it's just the nature of the beast. I think the thing is, like, those contracts typically pay the most because they're large corporations and they can afford it, but it is tricky if that's kind of like the only project that you're on and you're always like in a holding pattern. I don't know. Okay. Draw an SVG rope using JavaScript. Developers should celebrate software development being hard. I read this article too, and like I just kind of like slightly disagree with it. It's also just like who if development wasn't hard, everyone would be a developer. I think the and I think the point they're talking about is how people always try to, or developers or programmers will get mad if things aren't easy. And I mean, I tried to think about, like, if you look at Coding Garden and in our app builds and like when I'm working on stuff, I do get frustrated, right? Like if we come across a bug in the library or the framework, or we're doing things that we think should work and then they don't end up working, like that gets frustrating. But I think that's a slightly different thing than like thinking, I want to do everything the easy way. I just want things to work as expected. I think that's like my frustration. So I think it falls slightly different than this. But yeah. Feels like it's better to ship what's ready as frequently as possible rather than shipping no cost. Yeah, I agree with that. Yukon Cornelius? Do I look like Yukon Cornelius? Who's Yukon Cornelius? Oh, I'll take that. He's a cool dude. You got the mustache and that. I would love everyone being a developer. I think more and more people are becoming more technical and like learning to code. Like I went to Red Robin last week, which is a burger restaurant, and I found out that our waitress knows Python and C++. I think they might have went to like maybe a code school, or maybe they were like self-taught and like they're trying to find a full-time job. But it was super interesting. Like she didn't talk to us about it, but one of the other customers was wearing a shirt that had binary on it. She was like, "Oh, do you know how to code?" And I overheard them talking about it. But yeah. Well, I think that's another bit of news that might be a bit overblown. There was news. I'm not going to talk about that news, but in the again, if you're just joining us, what I'm doing, I'm collecting all the things that I'm going to talk about, and then I'm going to talk about them. But this specifically was like a hacker group said that they have all this data from Twitter, and it's like one more blow to weird things happening over at Twitter. But what I think a lot of people were mentioning is that the data leak was actually from before Elon acquired Twitter. I don't know. Yeah, I agree with this as well, Curry Lambda. I think this is one of my biggest frustrations with the React ecosystem. I mean, you may or may not agree with this, but my experience with React apps is a lot of times they are over-engineered. They're complicated for like engineering's sake. And a lot of developers that like lean more towards that. I don't know how to talk about this, but that is my experience, is that they try to justify what they're doing and justify their over engineering. I don't know if that's what this article is talking about, but isn't everyone a developer now with all the high level languages? Maybe not a developer. This also gets into like something I was looking into yesterday, is the difference between programming, coding, developing, software engineering. I typically use the terms interchangeably, but I thought about this because if somebody new comes to the coding garden, they might immediately be turned off because the word coding is in my name. And typically coding is just the act of writing code. Programming is the actual act of problem solving and making a plan and deciding how you're going to solve that problem. And it's typically, at least at a higher level, is language agnostic. Like you can be a programmer without really knowing the specifics, and then coding is actually taking that programming knowledge and actually implementing it. I guess I don't even know if I care about the distinction, but I know that some people do care about the distinction, and some people might take it as take offense to being called a coder versus a programmer. I don't. I think they're one and the same, because you can't really code without programming. I guess you can, and I think that's what people are trying to. Like, we got a 10x programmer in the chat. Yeah, I think a lot of things trigger people. I don't know. Devs are control freaks, making everything configurable, making anything more harder than necessary. Yeah. What's up, RWX Ganta? Welcome in. Software development books that influence you. The only one that I can think of is The Pragmatic Programmer. And I'll be honest, I read most of the book, not all of the book, but it is written in a way where like you can kind of get little tidbits of advice from like the different sections and chapters. But I recommend this to everyone. My team lead recommended it to me back when I started my career, and I enjoyed it. Yeah. I like the old Reddit API, the Reddit UI. For me, it's faster. Like, it doesn't load a bunch of JavaScript. And I like to use this plugin called the Reddit Enhancement Suite, which adds little features. Like, if you're looking at a subreddit that has images, they like embed inline. It has built-in dark mode. New Reddit is the user experience. I just don't like. It's not that I don't want to learn a new way. It's just that like it does things that go against what I was trying to do in the UI. I guess. I don't know. Thank you, Shulman. Cheers. Cheers, DS Legends. Space Karen. Wait, is this the new name for Elon Musk? Space Karen? I agree with that, Killer. I mean, I think like as a programmer these days, you have to consume APIs. Like that is our job. And APIs in the general sense, not just web APIs, but using a library or a framework or using a web API, those are all things you're interfacing to. And you need to be able to do that. But that doesn't mean you can write your own that are good. So, yeah. Right. Exactly. I can agree with that. Yeah, I guess it's tricky, right? Because I think there's potentially people coming into the field that don't want to do the work. I'm not saying that's everyone. Honestly, I think it's probably a minority, but I think those are the interactions that people might have or might come across. Um, People that took a 12-week boot camp just expecting to know everything at the end of it and don't actually want to work and don't realize that programming is like a lifelong journey and you need to constantly be learning new things and you're constantly growing. um, and there, but I think even that said, there can be people that get complacent, right? So they've been, let's say they've been in industry for 3 or 4 years and they don't feel like learning new things. And so now they want to just keep doing the same thing, but they also potentially want to get paid more. And that's where the disconnect comes in, because it's like, well, you're not growing, you're not getting better, you're not able to solve novel problems in a novel environment, and that's really what's required as for like more intense, or like honestly for more realistic programming jobs. I don't know. I don't know. Um, yeah, I don't know, Leak Geek. I don't have a good answer for you. Welcome to the software engineering garden. Yeah. Uh, Programming and coding are synonyms. Yeah, I see them as synonyms, but dreaming in code, I haven't heard that one. Kernigan and Ritchie, is that the C book? Hmm. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was thinking of. Like the document object model is an API. Document dot create element. Document dot uh, body dot append. Those are all the interface you use to create websites if you're using the DOM directly. But that is its API. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And I think that's kind of what I was getting at. Like if you're only a coder, then that means you can't solve problems. That means you just write the code out. But the thing is, how are you, like, who's telling you to write the code? Is it like is it like you have a programmer team lead and you're just typing exactly what they tell you? It's like you have to be a programmer to be able to code. I guess. I think the issue might come in, or I think, yeah, where the issue might show up is someone that's really like a copy paste coder, and like they're not necessarily really good at solving novel problems. Like they can only do the things that they've already done before, and they can't think critically. So I think people might label them as coder rather than programmer, but I don't know. I don't know what I am. I mean, also it doesn't matter. Like as humans, we like to label things. I think in general, like if you're working hard to be your best, and you're always trying to learn more, and you're trying to do good things, doesn't matter if you're called a programmer or a coder. I don't know. Yeah, I agree with that, Shulman. Like you got to learn on a daily basis for sure. Yeah, I can agree with that, Ryan. Like if you, I think college is exploratory, whereas a boot camp is almost like a trade school because you're learning a specific thing. And I agree with that too, right? So if you're not learning new things, just start becoming an expert in the things that you do know. But there are some people that don't want to do either. They want to work in their existing comfort zone and never break out of that. And that might be the issue we're up against when talking about like coders that don't know how to program, or like, and I think I keep saying the word novel, but it's like solving novel problems in novel environments. If you can do that, you're a programmer. Like you can do the job. But some people can't do that. Yeah. I'll check it out, Veritatas. We're going to be talking about this on Wednesday too. Oh, Supabase auth client. Remind me on Wednesday, because we could potentially use that as an option. That said, I think the library we were using got fixed, so we might try that first. Engineer and programming and coding, but I still think there's even more of a distinction, because that's the other thing, is like software engineering is the process of thinking about like the system as a whole, and thinking about also how like systems interact. And the thing is, I do that. Like you have to do that most of the time. I think some people, even in their job, can be like hyper focused on like just this one little front end component, but not be thinking about the bigger system. Like they're actually working in a front end app that is talking to a back end, and there's like multiple back ends and multiple front ends, and like that's really engineering and architecture. But in your day to day, you may or may not have to care about that. But it's also a skill to be able to design that. I don't know. What do I think is the best way to get better at programming? Working on projects or doing coding challenges? And if projects is the way, is it normal to not have ideas for them? The answer is both. So I stole this analogy from an old coworker, but it's very relevant because this is the coding garden. You need to water the garden. So you need to water your projects, work a little bit on projects. You need to do coding challenges, especially like if you're going to be interviewing. Coding challenges and code wars and what's it called? Leet. I forget what's called. I'm thinking of Leet Geek, but that's a person in the chat. Leet Code. That's it. Thank you, Clicky Boo. All of those are ways of solving specific problems, and a lot of times, depending on the kind of company that you interview at, your interview may involve solving those kinds of problems live in front of someone else. And so if you're going to be doing those kinds of interviews, those are a good thing to practice. The other thing that those are good for, and I would say especially Code Wars, is getting better at recognizing patterns. Because if you do all of like the 7Q, 8Q, 6Q Code Wars code katas, you're going to start to recognize patterns where one problem that used to take you 30 minutes to an hour to solve, now you can just solve it in like 10 to 20 minutes because you've solved problems like that before, and your mind is able to think about that problem more easily. And then where that translates to is like if you're actually working in a real project and you're working on a React thing, and all of a sudden you need to do some data manipulation, all of the practice you did on those Code Wars is going to kind of help you be better at that. Similarly, like if you're working in back-end code, and a lot of these coding problems have to do with data manipulation. And I think the closest thing in real world development, and I say real world, but what I mean by that is software engineering or web development, where like you're building APIs or you're writing code that talks to databases and stuff like that. Typically we're just wrangling data, like look up data from the database and then like change it slightly because we're going to need it slightly different in the user interface, or take data from this API, take this data from my database, combine it together in some way, and then like return it to the front end. So all of those little mutations and combinations you can practice by doing things like Code Wars. But in general, if you're trying to get a job in web development or software development, real world, like working on projects is going to be the closest thing to what you're actually doing on the job. So you need to do both of those things. So my answer, do a little bit of both. What's the real world? Really, it just means working on an app that people are using or that people eventually will use, and also working on a team. Also, yeah, that's all I mean by real world. Like it doesn't have to do with like, if the thing that you're working on, is it important or are a lot of people using it? That actually doesn't matter. It matters, are you working on a thing that you're getting paid for? Are you working on a team? That's what I mean by real world. That's what I mean. And real quick, there is a really good repo by Florin Pop called App Ideas that has hundreds of ideas categorized by beginner projects, intermediate projects, advanced, and then for each one, you can go into it and it gives you some user stories that you can complete. User stories are an agile concept. It also gives you like resources that are going to help you build that thing. So my suggestion would be just pick one of these and start working on it. So especially like if you're not employed right now, or you're self-learning, or you're in a boot camp or something like that, daily you should be spending an hour or two on one of these apps. And it doesn't it typically doesn't matter what you're doing. Like you obviously we want to work on things that are like useful and important, but I think early on you should realize that the code you write right now, it's kind of bad. Like you're only going to get better at writing code, but in order to get better, you have to practice. And so in order to practice, you should do it on things that aren't that important, like a calculator, right? Or an app that does image flipping, or a stopwatch. Like these aren't things that are going to change the world, and they're probably not going to get you a job, but it's going to make you a better programmer, and it's going to allow you to practice, so that when you're working on the more important things, you already have those repetitions and that practice in. So, yeah, but that's the link. So my advice: do all of it. But do a little bit every day, water the garden. And I will say it is normal to not have ideas, because I think that's the other thing you don't want to get hung up on. You don't want to spend hours, days just saying, I need to come up with a really good idea because I'm going to be spending all this time on it. What you need to realize is you have a long career ahead of you, and you're going to have so much more time to work on important things later. Now you should practice with things that aren't that important, like a calculator app or a to-do app or something like that. So, but thank you for your question, Mayor Chiaro. Mayor Chiaro? Enjoy the journey. Yeah. How would you distinguish between a developer and engineer? I don't even know that, because I think developer is like, so that's another term we can try to define, is someone who develops. So the process of development is like using CLI tools, using frameworks, assembling frameworks and libraries together into a working thing. I think that is the act of development, right? And then engineering is designing complex systems that will eventually need to be programmed and developed, right? I don't know. I'm way behind on chat. We got to talk about the news. This is fun though. I do appreciate everyone's comments, and it's fun to talk about these things because a lot of these things I haven't talked about in a while. So it's fun to revisit those things in my brain to also see like what do I think about those things these days. So yeah. Yeah, I do agree that things like ChatGPT, if not used correctly, will lead to more copy-paste coders. But the thing is, like, there are already copy-paste coders that don't think critically about the things they're copying and pasting from even like Stack Overflow. But it is possible that ChatGPT will make the issue harder or make it more of an issue. I don't have plans later. I mean, first of all, I need to go turn my heater back on because it's cold here. I also have a few more things I need to look through to find news, and then we'll record the news segment. And Nookie Poo, thank you for that resub. Hey, 27 months. That's awesome. Learn how to learn in more doors and open more doors than learning one thing. And you open more doors than learning one thing. Absolutely. I think this is the underlying theme of being a programmer or a coder that is trying to get better, trying to advance your career. Just learn things. And learning itself is a skill. So yeah, learn how to learn. Solving novel problems is an engineer's job, right? And even that, so like the thing about solving novel problems is like you typically break down that novel problem into smaller solvable problems, and that's how you can use your past experience to solve most of those things. But then you'll come across something that you've never solved before, and that's where the real work happens, right? Or the real research happens. And then now you have one more thing in your tool bag that you can reach for the next time you're solving a problem. Yeah. It's like, this is a lot to read DS Legends, but basically what DS Legends is saying that they spent 4 months building a thing and just like working on it, and long hours. They buried themselves in their work. And Shulman, thank you for the gifted subs. You're too kind. Appreciate that. But now looking back on what your skills were then versus what they are now, two different worlds. Yeah. And I've talked about this in the past, like you are not your code, but also as a beginner, your code is bad. Like and again, like I'm not being negative. I'm not trying to attack you. I'm not trying to make you feel bad. I'm being blunt because if you recognize programming and learning to code as like a journey and a thing that's going to get better, you will understand that what you write right now, what code you write right now, will just be so bad compared to what you can do a month from now or 2 months from now or 3 months from now. And you have to look at it that way. Like you're constantly improving, you're constantly getting better. And if like 6 months from now, you go back to look at what you did 6 months ago, your skills should have improved. You should be a better programmer. You should be able to look at that and think of, oh, I could do it this way. I could do it better this way, or I could do it in less lines of code or that kind of thing. Do I think a solid way to learn programming is through project-based learning? Yeah, I think that's one way. Absolutely. I think especially for people that are like goal-oriented, right? You get to, there's an end product when you work on a project. But yeah. Yes. And welcome in, Thindal. And everyone should click that link, drop a follow. They're on the Live Coders team. They say sometimes I look back at stuff I did 10 years ago and think I was really smart back then. I wonder what happened. Yeah, I guess it could go the other direction. Yeah. But I think, I mean, for the most part, if we're constantly improving, we're trying to constantly improve, then we can look back on things and know that we're better now. We're better now. Yeah, I agree with that, Clicky Boo. Leak code. Yeah, I couldn't think of leak code. Every program is data manipulation. Yeah. Whew. Yeah, there you go, Ryan. I think I shared that link earlier, 8 minutes ago. Yeah, and you're welcome, Merritt Chiaro. Thanks for asking. Thanks for being here. Happy Monday. Happy New Year. All right, I gotta catch up on chat. Pick like 4 or 5 more things to talk about, and then I'll do tech news or programming news. I gotta find the right name for it. I think I'm gonna call it programming news instead of tech news. But we are kind of focusing more on JavaScript and web dev related things. So do we call it? Let's ideate on the name real quick. And Mooley, thank you for the resub. Happy New Year to you too. Programming news, web dev news, JS news, full stack news, garden news. But let me know in the chat what ideas should we have? Yeah, so when we're doing Daily Programmer, we're going to do several different ones that I'll later edit down into different videos. So I'm going to change clothes in between so people think it. Today's harvest. How do you stop burnout? Take breaks early and often. If you're already burnt out, it's too late. It's too late. I've seen people give conflicting advice. So they say like, oh, once you're burnt out, just take a break. No, like if you're feeling burnt out, it's already too late. In order to avoid burnout, take breaks. Take breaks. take breaks. Spend time with your family or your friends, whether that's in person or online. Do other things besides work, and do it often. Play video games. Yeah, absolutely. That is a way to distract yourself from the stresses of works and everything else. Yeah, so find a hobby outside of development for sure. Personally, I play guitar, like to make music. These days I've picked up walking. I like to walk. I like to stream. That's my hobby. Although I've combined streaming and coding, but yeah. I haven't tried GitHub Copilot. But yeah, okay. So I'm going to declare chat bankruptcy because I'm just a little bit behind. But right now we are coming up with an idea, a name for what we're doing here. Today's harvest. We could call it the weekly harvest. Oh, it sounds a little negative. I don't know. Tech sprouts. Dev sprouts. Also, we just call it dev news. Yeah. How would you organize your time if you were working already as a dev, but with so many things to learn to feel so overwhelmed, even thinking about what to focus on and learn? Just try to use some organization tool like Trello is one that I like to use. But anything that's like that, where you basically can lay out, these are all of the things I need to do. These are all of the things I'm currently working on. These are the things that I'm blocked on. In any way to organize that and then just get it all out there. You could also just use pen and paper or like sticky notes on a wall. But you need some way to get all of that written down so that you can more easily prioritize what are you working on or what are you going to work on next. Yeah, so Notion, Sunsuma. Like I said, I use Trello, but you can pick other things. Bytes.dev. Did we look at this earlier? Oh no, this is a different one. Cool. Cool. Yeah. If you start feeling the first signs of burnout, step away. If you need a week, 2 weeks, doesn't matter. Get away and then get back when you feel. Yeah, completely agree. Like, don't let it set it, because once you're burnt out, like that's it. Like for me, I when I left my job, I was burnt out. I left my job close to 6 months ago. I'm still recovering. I think I'm better, but I'm still recovering. And because it was essentially just like a year of constant burnout, which is not good. Garden times. Development seedlings. Mid sprint, yeah. Obviously, you have to work around your work schedule, but the thing is, like, if your company cares, right? If your boss cares, if your team lead cares, they're going to be willing to give you that time off or like reduce your workload. Code sprouts. Yeah. This is off topic. Remind me in Discord, Mr. Gunn, just so I don't forget. Code sprouts. But what does sprouts have to do with news? Things that have sprouted up, those are the news. The onion is already taken. Yeah, I like it. I like it. Dev roots. All right, let's ask Chat GPT. What are some names for a weekly news show that talks about programming news with a focus on web development? It should be garden themed. I don't know how to write this. Web Bloom, Code Harvest, The Garden Patch, The Programming Greenhouse, Tech Trowel. These aren't horrible. What are 10 more? The Web Garden, The Coding Flora, Tech Tree, The Web Roots, The Programmer's Garden, Tech Buds. Did Ryan come up with that? Bugs in the Garden. What's up, Live Coding? Thanks for being here. He did. Tech Buds. The thing is, we need to come up with a name because I'm going to introduce people to it once we start doing it. Welcome to Tech Buds. Welcome to View from the Garden, your weekly show with programming and tech news. I like View from the Garden because, in a way, I'm also giving my opinion on these things. What are some names that are focused on the opinions and insight of the presenter? Perennial issues. The Web Dev Insider, Code Insights, The Programming Perspective, Web Dev Wisdom, Tech Talks with CJ. What are 20 more? The programming point of view. I like this. Sort of. I mean, it's not perfect, but I think we can riff on it. Web Dev Soapbox. JavaScript Jungle. The Web Dev Viewpoint. All right. I like View from the Garden. Who came up with that? We'll credit you. Thindall came up with that. It seems to lost the garden theme a bit. Yeah, you're right. Oh, here's even more. The Programming Pulpit. Web Dev Brain Food. Yeah. Programming POV. That's pretty good too. Oh no, I didn't mean to click that. Well, we'll let it finish and then I'll do this. I don't know what Solo Learn is. Garden View. Web Dev Weekly. Let's see, Beans. Name me dev. Views of the garden. The coding perspective. I like this too. I don't know if I'm going to find a better one than View from the garden. I like how that sounds because it's my point of view. It also is like, it doesn't limit us to just JavaScript and web dev news. Eventually we could branch out. And we don't, if we box ourselves in with like JS news or web dev news or full stack news, it prevents us from growing out. I also don't want to do tech because, I mean, there's already like This Week in Tech and stuff like that. This is more focused on the world of programming. And so general words like dev or code or coder, I think are all good. The Tech Bush. Yeah. Digital Jungle, the garden bits, the garden perspective. Yeah, Code Report is taken by Fireship. Yeah, I'll have to check that out. I've never seen that before. What are some that are related to the Coding Garden YouTube channel? News from the Coding Garden. Coding Garden Insider. The Coding Garden update. Something good for algorithms. Tech in the name is good. I agree with that. Yeah. I think at the end of the day, like, really the only people that care about these things I'm about to talk about are people that write code, like developers. So if I put tech in the name, it could get new people in that are more interested in tech news, but then all of a sudden they realize, oh, I'm actually interested in programming news. These look repetitive. Are these repetitive? Code mulch. I'm gonna go with view from the garden, and we can all at Thindoll, and we can also just go follow at Thindoll because they gave us a great name, and we're gonna use it. Click that follow button. Obviously, I don't know why I'm not following. Sorry about that, Thindoll. Garden patch. Did ChatGPT say that? Yeah, they did. I like that too. Because it's like patch notes for like programming library releases. Okay. The other thing is, the title of the YouTube video. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to think of, right? Right, Mark, is like, okay, how would this fit as the title of a YouTube video? Because if it's just view from the garden, and then it's like episode 0, the week of, it's like, I mean, I could put like tech news or programming news in the title of the YouTube video. Start ranking these names. Yeah, but that's why it's like, okay, so I like that this is garden themed. And I like the garden patch, but if we keep it more generic, then more people are going to find it, especially if it's like nice and succinct, like Dev News. Dev News Weekly. Boring. Yeah, it is boring, but it like that's what people are going to search for, right? Like I went on YouTube today and I just searched for programming news. And you know what I found? Not much. So people talking about various things, but like I don't know of anybody that has a weekly programming news show. Actually, I do. What's his name? I don't know if he's still doing it. Just call it programming news. Yeah. Anybody know who I'm talking about? They stream on YouTube and Twitch. They're not from the US. Ryan is doing one? We have an article that he wrote we're going to talk about. It's somewhere in there. Tim, that's him. Yeah. There he is. His is called BXJS Weekly. I don't know if he's still doing it. Yeah, weekly, episode 152, JavaScript News Podcast. But what is BXJS? Is that just him? But yeah, check him out. I don't know if he's still active, but oh, you're right. He probably does live streams too. Yeah. Tech Harvest is better than news. Yeah. I think you're right, Donju. Is like other people might not realize what programming means because might think of it as like TV programming versus like computer programming. And I agree with that, Clicky Poo. Maybe we won't put weekly. We could be a little tongue in cheek and welcome to Unnamed News Show. Honestly, that would get viewer interaction. Welcome to Unnamed News Show. If you'd like to come up with a name for the show, throw it in the comments. Welcome to Undefined. I think unnamed with 2 N's. CGN, the Coding Garden Network. Coding Garden News. Yeah, I think you're right, Shulman. If we do View from the Garden, Programming News episode 1, yeah, okay, we'll just call it View from the Garden. I think I don't think we're gonna get any better than that. It what do you call it? It's me, it's us, it's the garden. And it's not specific. Also, this could just be a weekly update of the channel as well. Yeah, that's it. Garden View. But if you think about it like a talk show, right? Like News from the Garden? Well, I mentioned View from the Garden I like because it's like I'm going to be giving my perspective and opinion on all this news that we're going to be talking about. We're going to go with that, but we're also going to leave it open. We're going to potentially change the name, and I'll talk about that in the episode. All right. We're looking at r/programming. I clicked a couple of links. I'm going to pick like 2 more links from this page. We'll pick a few more links from Hacker News, and then we'll get on it. GTPS explained with carrier pigeons. I did Advent of Code on a PlayStation. What? Huh. Crazy. Eight hard truths I learned when I got laid off from my software engineering job. Lonely. Take longer than you think. Actually, I'll just mention this because being that we are at the beginnings of a recession or in a recession, some people are getting laid off. So that could be good, just good to mention. And then there's no secure software supply chain. That's a lot of words. Okay. Not going to mention that one. Let's look at Hacker News. Can you do... Top news starting not with December 1st. Let's go 2 weeks ago, so December 18th. Well, I don't want that specific day. I want everything since then. Ten influential programming languages. Sure. Spotify D? They do need a weekly link. Oh, this is cool. Programming in the garden? it doesn't have the same feeling as View from the Garden. I still use Flash. All right, let's look at these few articles I just opened. 10 mostly dead influential programming languages. This is from March of 2020. That's not news. I like this because that'll be fun to mention. This doesn't say when this article was from. I don't know if it's newsworthy. I still use Flash. It seems cool. What is Bunny AI? Rotary keyboard. That's funny. Yeah, we'll mention that. That's awesome. Okay. How to befriend crows. That's interesting to me. This isn't related to programming though. Okay. Did this recently get released, Clicky Poop? Oh! Well, where's the news? But I did read about this, because this is Linux running on Apple Silicon. Yeah, I don't think this is recent enough, but it is cool. A visual guide to React to use effect, but it's from 2021. Lawn chair dev thoughts. I think we're gonna go with View from the Garden with the caveat that the name could change. So this article interests me just because, like, for a while I was pretty sure that like brick and mortar bookstores were just gonna go away, like, with all the digital things. But like Barnes and Noble is still in business, and how is that the case? I mean, obviously, well, not obviously, but I feel like grade school kids typically still have like physical print copy things. That said, some people have moved to like digital, like iPads and stuff, and tablets and stuff like that. Yeah, and like, yeah, a lot of magazines just aren't in print anymore or are only digital. What is this article saying though? I don't know. It's too much. I can't read it that quickly or internalize what it's trying to say that quickly. All about USB-C illegal adapters. Huh. All right. We're almost to today. Cool. So Phoenix is a web framework for. Does anybody know the programming language? Isn't it like a functional programming language? Conversation skill essentials. We were just talking about this. Okay. Let's see what they have to say. All right. This one I clicked on. I wrote a SQL engine in Python. Elixir. That's it. Yeah. Okay. Conversation skill essentials. Yeah, this is the other reason why I like conversation skills and but also just like communication skills or are at top of mind. Because I also thought about how a lot of kids who over the past few years haven't had as much social interaction, how it's going to be a lot harder for them to communicate and exist in the world. All right, we'll talk about that one. I won't talk about Phoenix because I don't know it. Now I'm going to click this button. It's going to send everything here, and we'll pick what order we're going to talk about things in. So first up, let's talk about interesting articles. Like this one. Well, not that. I think if I click it, it'll disappear. Yeah, so I'll talk about that first. That's an article. I guess we didn't do best of JS, but we are going to be talking about a couple of other things. I think I looked at everything on Vox. There's Rust web stuff. I didn't look at that, but yeah, one tab is great. It just takes all your tabs and puts them on a page. All right, so first off, we're gonna do news articles. Well, just like articles and people things that people have written that aren't exactly programming, but like somewhat tangential. Yeah, this is an article from Ryan about JavaScript frameworks, but we'll do JavaScript after we talk about more general things. We'll talk about that here. I guess we didn't look at this article earlier, but how DigitalOcean got millions of monthly readers by understanding developers. I am just going to talk about how I use them all the time. Yeah, I could agree with that, Ellen Plum. Tabs should be a vertical sidebar. How would you do that with like really long titles, though? Okay. Mono repos versus multi repos. Safari's date picker, we'll talk about that right here. We'll do state of HTTP there. And then, oh, I don't want that too much. I don't want that either, or that. for new releases, we'll talk about this here. Solid auth, hyperfetch, great. Okay, I think we got it. Most of the news we have is not about coding. I mean, it's tangential. It's like things that I care about, but like it gradually gets more and more. So we're going to talk about these, and then I'll put that like right here. Talk about these, and then we will gradually start talking about more technical things like the state of HTTP in 2022. This post by Ryan. Hard truths I learned getting laid off from my... I'm going to put that here. And then list of sites to find freelance work. HTTP, JavaScript frameworks, 6 JavaScript projects to watch. Tamagui. If we look in their docs, do they have like components and buttons? Yeah, they do. So I'll click through after we talk about it. Auth.js. NX 15.4. Great. Does Astro have a new release? We're talking about programming and tech news from the past 2 weeks. All right. Now, what did we... We're going to call this View from the Garden. Here's what I'm going to do. We're going to do this in one take. I'm going to just go through each of the tabs, and that's it. That's all. And ideally, this is going to be a weekly show where every Monday we'll do a stream like this where we get all the stuff together and turn it into a show. Here we go. Alessia's garden background intro. I mean, we won't get too complex with it. I think the whole point of me wanting to do this also in one take is that like it's easy to do. We just record it, and then I don't have to edit it like to cut it. I only have to take this section out of the live stream VOD, and we're good to go. I am gonna put a timer on just so I know how long I've been going. Scene 2, good call. Okay. Is everyone ready? Everyone say hi, YouTube. Actually, I mean, I kind of want to go into focus mode. Let's see real quick. Oh, I see. I don't know. I guess we won't do focus mode. Okay. All right. Hello, friends. Welcome to Coding Garden. Welcome to View from the Garden, your weekly news show where we talk about programming and tech news with the focus on JavaScript and web dev news. Now, this is the first episode. I don't know if this name is going to stick. If you have an idea for a name, feel free to throw it in the YouTube comments. But here we go. Everything that I talk about today, will be linked in the description. So if you see an article you like, definitely check it out. We'll start here. So January 1st, 2023 is Public Domain Day. So all works from 1927 are open to all to use. So if you go to this article, you can see books that are now in the public domain, movies, musical compositions, all kinds of things that are now in the public domain, no longer under copyright, and you can use for your creative endeavors. Also, there's this article published about a rotary keyboard. So this is from squidgfish.com, and they just have an article detailing about how they built this thing. I love little tech projects like this. So this actually, I mean, if you're too young to know what a rotary phone is, essentially, if you want to dial a number, you have to choose the number you want, and there's like 1 through 10, and then you move it to this little stop here, and then it spins, and then you choose your next number. So it's kind of hilarious that they would take something like this and make it work as an actual like numpad on a computer. But if you look in their article, they talk about how they did it. They talk about the tech that they used. They give a rundown of everything. It's super interesting. This is an article that came out that's the title is "The Best Solution to Burnout We've Ever Heard," which ultimately talks about how the solution to burnout is to ship your products frequently. So what they are saying is typically burnout comes a lot from devs who are not working on meaningful things, not working on features that are getting shipped. And I actually relate to this a lot because I'm still recovering from burnout from a similar situation. So this is a really great talk. They talk about that. Definitely check it out. This has nothing to do with programming, but I think it's very important. So this is an article that talks about conversation skill essentials. Now, you may just shrug this off and be like, oh, I know how to hold a conversation. I know how to communicate. But I encourage you to treat conversation as a skill that you can get better at, also as something that you maybe get worse at if you don't do it a lot. And so this article just talks about things that you can do. They also talk about how, especially a lot of kids during the pandemic didn't get a lot of social interaction, and their conversation and communication skills may be lacking. So this article is pretty nice. Definitely check it out. Now let's talk about something slightly awkward. There's this article published by Stephen Buccini called 8 Hard Truths I Learned When I Got Laid Off from My Software Engineering Job. Now, we are in a recession or potentially at the start of a recession, and I know a lot of you all might have gotten laid off, or maybe you'll get laid off soon. It's sad, but there are things you can think about and ways you can deal with it. So definitely check out this article that talks about the hard truths, maybe something that you can relate to, especially if you're dealing with this right now. On that same note, there was a list published on Reddit on r/webdev called a comprehensive list of sites to find freelance work compared by fees, traffic, job types, and restrictions. So if you recently got laid off, maybe this is the year where you do freelance or consulting. And so this is pretty cool because it has all of these job boards laid out, and you can find one where you can go potentially find freelance work. Freelance, aka unemployed. This was an interesting article that I found on Reddit about how Safari's date picker is the cause of 1/3 of our customer support issues. And I actually really identify with this. So if you've ever used a UI that has like a date of birth field, and the developers for that UI chose to use just a regular plain old date picker like this, as a user, it can be very difficult to figure out, well, how do I go back 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years, right? The calendar input starts on today, and I was born many years ago, so how do I get there? And what they were talking about in this article is how people would actually call into tech support because they're like, I don't know how to put my birthday in. And I completely identify with this. I think it's not only a Safari bug. I think not a bug, like it's a usability issue. I think even on Android, even on Mac, you run into this where an input wants a date that's in the past, but you have to like figure out how to use this date picker to get back to that former date. And so they talk about how it's an issue. I think even on iOS, you have to like scroll through the years and the dates, and you don't know you can do that unless you actually click on the month and the year. So it's a thing. The fix that they did, and actually I think this should just be the common thing for date of birth inputs is to use number inputs. So you have a number input for month, a number input for day, and a number input for year. If you're not in the US, you could do day, month, year, or if you want to appease everyone, you could do year, day, year, month, day. Regardless, by using a number input, you don't have this awkward experience of like a date picker popping up. And I also think this should be the experience on forms like when you're filling out like your credit card, because pretty often they have like credit card expiration date. I've used some UIs that pops up a dialogue like this, and it's like, well, now I need to go into the future. And then I've used some UIs where the month drop down is like the written out name of the month, and then I don't know how to convert the number on my card to the written out date, or I have to think about it. So number inputs for dates in the past or dates in the future, I think are a good user experience that you should consider. And this article talks about that. Here's another article called How DigitalOcean Got Millions of Monthly Readers by Understanding Developers. I identified with this because constantly when I'm trying to do something on like a new Linux system or new Ubuntu system, I'll search the web for how to configure a firewall on Ubuntu or how to install Docker on Ubuntu. And 90% of the time, articles from DigitalOcean are at the top of the results. And I will mention are very high quality. Like, it's not that they're just good at SEO and it's not just like buzzword bingo. They employ really good technical writers and have really good articles that have written. So this was interesting to me because I use them all the time, even though I actually don't have any DigitalOcean virtual machines or droplets. I use other services, but I still use the DigitalOcean articles for figuring out how to do things. And so this article talks about how they did their search engine optimization and different stuff like that. So definitely check that out. Yeah, and there isn't a consensus on how to pronounce Ubuntu. Ubuntu? I don't know. This is an article on monorepos versus multi-repos. I actually get this question a lot in the chat. On should I create a monorepo? Should I have multiple repos for all of my apps? And this article breaks down what's the difference between the two, and also talks about when you would choose one over the other. Ubuntu. Moving into more tech-related things, from the Cloudflare blog, there is the State of HTTP in 2022, written by Mark Nottingham. And this just talks about initially like the history of HTTP. At this point, HTTP, the protocol that like drives all of the web, is over 30 years old. And so it just talks about what's next, the current state of affairs. It's a good read. There's also this article by Ryan Carniato, the creator of Solid.js, that talks about JavaScript frameworks heading into 2023. So this is a good article just to read about what's out there, what are the emerging trends in the JavaScript world. So definitely check out this article by Ryan. In new versions in product news, not yet. Actually, I got ahead of myself. There's also this article on byteofdev.com, 6 JavaScript projects to watch in 2023. So in the similar idea of JavaScript frameworks heading into 2023, what are some projects and libraries we should look at going into 2023? TurboRepo is a monorepo tool. Tari is a tool for building desktop apps. Bun is a JavaScript runtime. Remix is a backend framework. TurboPack is a bundling tool. And then Astro is a static site generator. So this article talks about all of those things and what you should look out for in 2023. Now, on to the latest version. So Tamagui released version 1.0. This is actually the first time I have heard of Tamagui, but it is a component library for React Native and React Native for web. So if you've ever worked in that ecosystem, you do know that there are some hiccups, but this library tries to iron things out and make things work really well for web and for React Native. They're a component library, but they also have things for styling and theming, and they really just like solidify and unify what you might be doing if you have a code base that's working both for the web and for React Native. So definitely check out Tamagui. In other recent versions and news, Auth.js has released support for Solid Start. So if you're not familiar, Auth.js is an attempt to take NextAuth, which is a library that was specifically for Next.js. They're taking that library and making it framework agnostic so that it can work with other things. So I personally have tried to integrate this with SvelteKit, but now they just released the integration with SolidStart. So SolidStart is the backend framework for Solid.js. So that's really good news because eventually, if this all works out, essentially all the hard work that's gone into NextAuth can now be reused in other frameworks, and other frameworks are likely coming as well. Cool. In other releases, InX, which is a monorepo tool, and various other things, released version 15.4, which has support for Vite4. They have a watch command. Webpackless Cypress. I guess you can use Vite now instead of Webpack. Lots of other cool things. Definitely check out NX. I personally haven't tried NX, but it's on my list of things to try the next time I reach for a monorepo tool. In other news, Hyperfetch has released version 3.0. Now, I'll be honest, I had no idea what Hyperfetch was. But if you look at their docs, they describe themselves as an ambitious approach to standardizing data exchange. And they're saying this is an extremely difficult but important task that we have faced. So version 3 is out. It supports HTTP, GraphQL, WebSockets, server-sent events, React hooks, persistence, offline first, and many other features. So it's essentially an attempt to kind of unify all of these communication protocols so that you can just use one thing that does all those things really well. So I'll definitely be checking that out as well. That's it for this week's tech news. Thank you for tuning in. If you're seeing this over here and wondering what it is, we're live on Twitch. So if you want to participate in the conversation, if you want to suggest news articles that I should talk about or should point at, join us over here on Twitch. And also, if there's any news that I didn't talk about, definitely talk about it in the YouTube comments, and check the description for links to all of these articles that I mentioned. So yeah, we'll see you. Thank you for watching. See you next week. Bye, YouTube. We did it. That was 11 minutes and 38 seconds. I think that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Cool. And I think I can do this. Yeah, I'll probably make a repo for all of this, but if you're interested in any of those articles I clicked on, click that. These videos should upload it to TikTok. I mean, it was 11 minutes though, like, yeah, how can I get that down to 60 seconds? Actually, I guess TikTok, they have a higher limit now, don't they? What's the TikTok limit? Three minutes? 10 minutes? I mean, who's going to watch a 10-minute video on TikTok? But apparently you can. Yeah, I mean, so honestly, like, if I did want to do a little bit of editing, I could get rid of the ums and the pauses and the mistakes, and that would probably bring it down to, like, 10 minutes. Huh. Okay. All right. I need to go turn my heater back on, and then we're going to do Daily Programmer. So, group the topics, inhaling between tabs. But yeah, so I'm gonna take a quick break. I need to turn my heater on. But then we're gonna do a Daily Programmer. So I'm gonna pick, I think the way that I'm gonna do it is I'm gonna pick 3 challenges. One that's very beginner, one intermediate, and one that's a little bit more advanced. And I'm going to solve all 3 of those in 10 to 15 minutes. And we're going to do 3 sets of those. Now that I think about it, that seems very daunting. So maybe we do, to start off, we just do one each, the Daily Programmer. Yeah, and that's the plan. So basically what we're going to do is I'm going to record multiple of these that each will get uploaded on a different day. Maybe we do two a day, one beginner, like one intermediate. I think that's what we'll do. But what I want you all to do while I'm gone for just a few minutes, recommend websites where I can find coding problems to pick from. So I'm definitely going to be choosing some from Code Wars. There's also Exercism. I think, is that still the website? Exercism.org. Somebody mentioned There's leak code. There actually is a Reddit called Daily Programmer. They stopped posting, but we could go back to like January of, well, they have like April, January 14th. The new section on Stack Overflow? Like, do they have coding problems though? Yeah, like this could be fun to do. But yeah, if there are other websites that have Code Wars style coding problems, mention them in the chat and I'll take a look. I'll be back in like 2 minutes and we're going to be solving these. Algo expert? I guess there's also the Euler project. Is that still a thing? Free! Do I only get one free one? Yeah, because it's not free, I won't choose from that. Pick something from there. Okay, I'll be back in like 2 minutes. Talk amongst yourselves. Thanks for hanging out so far, but yeah, see you soon. Hello, hello. I'm back. Now, I had to turn my heater on because it's just too cold in my house. So I'm going to try to get my microphone closer so that you hear potentially less air conditioning noise. I don't know if it's any different. I think like me talking directly into the mic like this, probably while I'm talking, you don't hear as much background noise, but when it's silent, yeah, I'm going to change this out for a regular one because, yeah, this is blue. Does this sound better, though? What do y'all think? I mean, if it doesn't sound that much different, I'll just put it back where it was. And see you later, DS Legends. And welcome in, Pablo. That's really unfortunate. Like, I set notifications everywhere. Fine either way. Okay, if it sounds the same, I'm just going to put it back over here. Because it's like, at that point, I would prefer to not have it in my face. So, okay, I'll leave it there. All right. What are some other websites that have coding problems that we can solve? I'm going to go ahead and create a daily programmer directory. And then we'll list out these sites in the README. Oh yeah, coding game would be one. These need to be problems that I can solve in like 15 minutes or less. I think coding game probably has some that are like that. I'm not scared of CSS. I'm just sometimes I'm not very well versed and things happen that I don't expect to happen. I wouldn't be opposed to a CSS battle, but I think I am going to focus these on programming exercises rather than styling exercises. I mean, that could be another show altogether, is the daily CSSer. And we need to pick a day 0. Assuming we're never going to have more than 1,000 of these episodes, right? We might. We're going to do 4 zeros. Episode 0. Hacker Inc., I guess, is another one. Does this one cost money, though? Or can we find free ones? For candidates. It's too busy. I just need problems that we can solve. Okay, I'm just gonna pick one from Code Wars, and I'm gonna pick. Give me a second. Let me log in. I'm gonna pick probably like a 7Q, 7 or 6Q. Let's see. And then I'll pick a slightly harder one, maybe from like LeetCode. Classic software developer. Yeah, episode 0. All right. We'll do most completed. Cause I haven't trained on. And we want... let's look at 7. If they're too easy... I don't know. Well, I know it's easy for me, but this show isn't. It's in a way it's for me to practice problems, but also it's mainly for people that are newer to solving, or not newer, people that want to practice themselves that maybe aren't as good as coding at me as me can try practicing the same problem, and then they can see me do it if they get stuck. That's the main idea. And also for anybody that wants a daily coding problem, they can put this on and see what problem I decide to solve so they can go solve it for themselves. Yeah. That is too easy. Factorial function. Sum of minimums. Given a 2D nested list, your task is to find the sum of the minimum values in each row. I like this. This is like multiple iteration and like nested iteration. Okay. I guess so. I'm gonna do 2 problems per episode. We're gonna. I don't know if I want to call it like easy and hard, but it's kind of what I want to do. So like this first one, not super easy, but it is like if you are very well versed in programming, you should be able to figure this out. Easy, less easy. But it's like I also don't want to gatekeep it in that if I call this easy and then someone's like that's not easy, they instantly self-select out and they're also just like this show is not for me, right? So I want to avoid that. I guess we can just do problem 1 and problem 2. Multi-dimensional array. Honestly, this could be problem 2 then. And then we'll find a slightly easier one for problem number 1. Project Euler is like very math focused, so I don't know. I'll do this one. Perfectly balanced. Where do you notice the flickering at? Coding challenge vibes for... Yeah, I mean, in a way, it's similar. The only thing is I think these can be done faster because, like, a lot of times his involve a lot more, like, visuals and stuff like that. But coding challenges are definitely what people like to watch on on YouTube. When I'm on a very white screen. Like this? No, that's not what. Like this. Here, I'll look in the Discord really quick. I don't know if it's anything I can I don't know if it's anything I can fix. It might actually just be transcoding issues or like potentially an issue with like what resolution you're watching at. Can you record your screen? Because this is you're trying to show how it is flickering. Huh. So is it flickering between? Okay. Let me do this, and then I'll look at it on a different computer, because looking at it over here, it doesn't work. Is it doing it on this screen? It's okay now. Does anybody remember what website I was on? Not this one. Okay. This one? I don't see it. So I'm watching in 1080p. Let's say if I go to 720, let's see what happens. Yeah. It's a transcoding issue. That's so weird. So that's on Twitch's side. So if I go to 720p, I can see these little black boxes flickering. But if I go to 1080p, well, no, they're flickering in 1080p too. Or did it stop? Oh, now it's flickering over here. But then it stopped. No, but now it's flickering there. I think it is a transcoding issue. I don't know how I can fix. Let me look in my OBS settings really quick. Like, I'm using the NVIDIA codec. What if I do 2 full passes? Apply. Test. No, it's flickering. I see it. Like that. I think it does have to do with my transcoding. Because, like, I don't see the flickering in the OBS preview. Let's do slowest transcoding. This might increase my CPU usage. But then again, no, because it's using my GPU. I'm just gonna refresh. It's still doing it. That's so weird. Okay. The thing is, so I don't see it in the OBS preview, which tells me like it's not my HDMI out. Yeah, I think it's a Twitch problem because, like I have my laptop HDMI is out. But I mean, I see it though. So if you look at these little boxes here, they're like flickering. They're flickering a certain color. Yeah, let me watch the recording back. Close the tab. Yeah, but checking if the recording has it is a good thing, because then it definitely is my encoder running through OBS. It's not in the recording. That means I can't do anything. That means it's a Twitch issue. Yeah. So if the recording, so the recording is using the exact same codec that I'm sending the stream off to Twitch with. And if that looks good, then there's nothing I can do. It's a Twitch issue. Well, that's unfortunate. Oh well, it's not the end of the world. It probably is annoying though. We're going to do a few coding problems. Yeah, so we're going to do one Code Wars problem. We're going to do one Daily Programmer problem from the Daily Programmer subreddit. But we're going to do them in one take. So we do this with JS? Yeah. First try. And I mean, it's possible that we mess up, but the goal is this to just be a show that I could upload to YouTube that doesn't need to be edited, and there will be multiple episodes of it. So Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, I'm going to upload an episode every day of what we do right now. And tomorrow, I'm going to upload the programming news. Given a string containing only a lowercase letter, find whether every letter that appears in the string appears the same number of times. I see. We won't do that. Difficulty. Missing a semicolon on line 10. It's there. I think, anyways. Yeah, no worries, Clickaboo. Thank you for mentioning. Yeah, we'll call it. This won't be 0 index. This will be 01. Thank you, Octagon. Um, Given a string containing only the characters x and y, find whether there are the same number of x's and y's. Great. This... I would call this easy. What do you need to know? Prerequisites. You need to know iteration and loops. Conditionals. I guess that's it. So you could solve this with probably solve this with a regular expression, but we're going to think about this from a programmer's perspective. And what I mean by that is, like, we're not even going to use any like built-in JavaScript functions. Like, we are literally going to write a loop that looks at every character in the string to solve this problem. So if you can write a loop that looks at every character in this string, you can solve this problem. Yeah. Conditionals and doing... You gotta be able to do addition. Is that one of those streams where you find 12 solutions for the same problem? I don't know if I'm going to do that yet, because if I do that, it'll end up being like a 30-minute video, and I don't want that. But I do think I can show this solved in, like, I could do it. Yeah, so solve it with a for loop. Solve it with higher order methods. Like, you could definitely use find to solve this. Yeah. So I think we'll solve it in at least 2 ways. And then if we look at this problem, given a 2D nested array, find the sum of the minimum values in each row. You can assume every nested array is the same length. And thank you, Clicky Poo. I've got some hoops. This is a Code Wars. What is it? It's a 7Q. I would argue this is probably closer to a 6Q, just because it uses, like, the one that makes this one more difficult than the previous one is that you have to do nested array access, which for beginners can be pretty tricky. I'll call this medium easy. I need to come up with like a difficulty ranking or a rating system, because it's like do we do increments in addition? Yeah, iteration, conditionals, array access, and nested array access. On a scale, really, we're just coming up with our own queue ranking at that point, yeah. I mean, we could also do things that are like this would be beginner, and then this would be advanced beginner. I don't know how I feel about the number system, just because a lot of times it can be subjective. Like, I mean, for me, both of these problems are a 1, right? Like, I can solve these very easily. But the idea is I'm going to be presenting these problems to newer programmers or people that want to practice programming, And so I need to give them a reference point that's like, I do believe that this is a beginner problem. Like, as a beginner programmer, within your first month of programming, you should be able to solve a problem like this. This one, maybe within your first 2 months of programming. Because nested arrays, I mean, it's not that hard, but it is different. Like, nested array access is way different. And there's multiple things that we're keeping track of here, right? Because we need the minimum of every single row. If you think about this problem, there's really two things we're keeping track of: the number of x's and the number of y's. Beginner programmers can create two variables easy. When you have to start to think about an arbitrary number of internal arrays, that gets trickier to think about for a beginner. Because, well, I can't just create, how do I create variables dynamically? Well, you don't. You could solve this where the result actually gets stored in an array, because then you can do of any length. Yeah. What's up, Jamstack Unicorn? Welcome in. That's good to know, Clicky Poo. But now that I'm thinking about this, it's like, if I want this to be a regular show called Daily Programmer, I need to keep the difficulties the same, I think. Because if I want the same people to keep coming back, people that are more advanced aren't going to watch a show that has beginner problems, and then people that are more beginner aren't going to watch a show that has advanced problems. So maybe every episode of The Daily Programmer has a rating, and then we do 3 shows a week. One is beginner, one is intermediate, and one is advanced. Prerequisite set is shorter for beginners and longer for advanced beginners. Yeah. So that's kind of what we're doing here. It's like, if you know how to do these things, you can solve this. 1 beginner and 1 intermediate per episode. Yeah. And I think this is an intermediate problem. I think, I think even, honestly, even seasoned programmers, and by seasoned, I mean people that aren't doing leak code every single day, people that are are writing back-end apps or like front-end components and stuff like that. I think even they would take a second to figure out how to solve this. Like, obviously, it's not extremely difficult. You could figure it out, but for a problem like this, as someone who's experienced, you look at it, you instantly know how to solve it. This one, you'd have to think about a little more on how to solve it. Yeah, I think you're right, Octagon. I think I have to focus on beginners and intermediate. And I think those have to be our categories then. Beginner, intermediate. Because the other interesting thing about that is it creates repeat watchers, right? So someone who goes through this video series as a beginner could go back and rewatch it, but focus on the intermediate problems. Yeah. What if I pick practical problems? It's too much work. I see what you're saying, but this is a focus on like algorithmic style problems where there's like iteration, conditionals, that kind of thing. Because there are vast resources to pull these problems from, whereas practical problems, it's a lot harder to find a relevant problem. Now, I think it's worth it to like come up with a problem set like that, but that's not what I'm trying to do here. A chess YouTuber does mate in 3. Sunday he uploads a YouTube video with all 7 results. Oh. Yeah, and it, like I see what you're saying, Code Brains, but I don't think that's not what this series is for, because this series is about uh, problems, like algorithmic problems, practicing fundamentals. Yeah. All right. Perfectly balanced. Sum of minimums. An octagon. Thank you for that prime. You're too kind. No, we haven't solved any of them yet. I'm spending way too much time coming up with all this. But the other thing is I'm also coming up with like the show format. So essentially today I'm going to record 3 of these. So this is just episode 0. After this we'll come up with episode 1 and episode 2. And each one we need to find 2 different problems to solve. And I think like this part of my process is finding one fairly beginner focused thing and then one intermediate thing. And really it's my gauge of how the difficulty, right? Because you could go by the Q rating on like Code Wars, or the fact that things are like labeled like easy on Daily Programmer, but it also is very subjective. I think I am better at determining if this is going to be easy for a beginner or not, based on my experience working with beginners. But up the difficulty every day, like it gets gradually more difficult each episode. I think I'm gonna stick with like beginner and intermediate. Yeah, I agree with that, Code Brains. I do. The tricky part about it is the more advanced problems are like there's so many more prerequisites, and so there's more explanation that needs to happen with the advanced ones. Like I think I am capable of explaining the advanced problems in a way that a beginner can understand, but I'm also thinking about this from the perspective of someone who's learning to program. They need to be able to solve these problems too. Like, I mean, I think the nice aspect of Coding Train is you can just watch him do it. You don't, I mean, I think he does mention that like he wants to see like community contributions and like community remixes and stuff like that. But it is because what he's doing is visual, like you're seeing the things show up on the screen. For people that are non-technical, it is easier to watch. These things, it's not easy to make this entertaining for someone who's non-technical, because it's all algorithms. It's all for loops and stuff like that. So, all right, we're gonna get into it. Yeah, and there we go. I mean, see, Jicom Gaming has solved it in a one-liner. But what I'm going to show is like how you would approach this from a beginner perspective, like somebody who doesn't know reduce or even split or anything like that. Yeah, I think you make a good point, Sonny, and I think I need to do this. I need to. So the long version is me solving the thing live. The YouTube short or the YouTube or the TikTok video is me explaining my solution in under a minute, but I've already solved it. So, we need to remember to do that. Yeah. Okay. I added a new list, so when I publish a daily programmer, I'm gonna send it in the mailing list as well. So yeah, big shout out to Coding Train. Go watch. Do you have to resubscribe? I'll have to figure that out. I think technically you could just go put your info in and check this box, and if your email and your name is the same as the last time you signed up, it's just it'll just add it. So yeah, you could basically sign up by only checking that box. I think there's a way. So I'm using ListMonk. I think there's a way for you to like go to a page where you can manage your subscription, but I don't know how to get that. Because you could go and see which list you are subscribed to. But for now, you should be able to just click that box, put your info in, and it'll just add it. It won't remove you from those other lists. Okay. Here we go. I guess we'll just do it. I think I will remove like this overlay just so we have more screen real estate. And then we will figure out how to record the TikTok version, because we'll need to make sure that the code is like visible in a in a phone format, a vertical format. Okay. Should I hide the chat? Should I stop the drop game? I think, okay, I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna hide the chat. I'm just gonna solve this thing. Cool. You've been silenced. Just for now. Okay. Oh, right there. There's air conditioner noise. I'm gonna leave it in because it's cold, so I have to. Hello, friends. Welcome to Coding Garden. I'm CJ. And today is episode 0 of Daily Programmer. So this is a multi-weekly show. Multi-weekly? This gets published multiple days a week, where I'll be solving a beginner programming problem and then a more intermediate programming problem. And you at home can follow along. So you can see me describe the problem, pause the video, try to solve it yourself, and then watch the video to see how I solve it. And so this will just be a good way for you to practice programming. Now, there are various sources that I'll get these problems from. The first problem we're going to try is called Perfectly Balanced, and this one comes from the subreddit r/dailyprogrammer. So there's actually a bunch of old challenges on here that you can pick and choose from, but this is the one that I've chosen, and it is called Perfectly Balanced. So let's get right into it. I am rating this one as beginner, and the prerequisites are that you know how to increment or add to a variable, you know how to use iteration or loops, you know how to compare strings, and you know how to use conditionals. So if you can do all of these things, I think that you can solve this problem. And let's get right into it. So if you're going to solve it yourself, go ahead and, well, actually, you can watch me explain it, but then pause the video and try to solve it yourself. So given a string containing only the characters x and y, find whether there are the same number of x's and y's. So for example, if you write a function called balanced and you pass this string in, x, 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 y, 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 we can see that there are 3 x's and 3 y's, so this function should return true. In this example, it's just reversed, but there are still 3 y's, 3 x's, it should return true. In this example, there are 3 x's and 4 y's, so it should return false. Then you get much more complex examples with intermixed y's and x's. In this case, I'm not going to count them out manually, but Apparently it has the same number of y's and x's. This one does not. If you're past the empty string, you should say true. And if you're past a string that only has x's or only has y's, you should return false. So that's the problem that we're trying to solve. Like I said, pause the video, try to solve it, and then come back. All right, here I go. So I'm going to create a new file. We'll call this one beginner.js. And we need to create a function called balanced that takes in the input string and then needs to return true or false. So we'll just take these as an example here so we can see our output. And I'm actually just going to wrap all of these in a console log and then use Quokka to see the output. So let me do that. And if I start up Quokka, we can see the current output of our function. If you're interested in Quokka, there'll be a link in the description that you can use to download. So you can see right now, my function is returning undefined because I haven't written any code inside of it. So I need to do that now. So the way I'm going to solve this first is by using pseudocode. I'm not going to write actual code to solve it. I'm going to describe how I would solve the problem, and then we'll use actual code to solve it. So we need to determine how many x's are in the strings and how many in the string and how many y's are in the string or in the input. So for that, I think we need two variables. So we need a place to store the number of x's, and then we need a place to store the number of y's. So we have two of them, and both of them will be initialized to 0. So we start off by knowing that there are none of both, right? So we start off knowing there are 0 x's and 0 y's, and we need to actually look at the string to see how many there are of each. Now that we have those variables, we can look at every character in the string. To do that, we need to iterate. So I'll say iterate over every character in the string, or in the input. So we're going to look at it one at a time. We're going to see x, then x, then x, then y, then y, then y. When we look at one specific letter, we'll say, if that letter is an x, then we need to increment the number of x's that we've seen. So if current character is x, increase number of x's. And then otherwise, if it's a y, if the current letter is a y, increase the number of y's, right? So we're going to be looking at each individual one. If we see an x, we increment the number of x's. If we see a y, we increment the number of y's. And then after we've looked at every single character in the input string, we can now compare to see if we have the same number. So if number of x's and number of y's is the same, we return true. Otherwise, we return false. Okay, so we have determined that we know how to solve this problem. We can think about logically how we would go about solving it, and I can write that out. Now let's actually write some code to do this. So number of x's, I need a variable, so I'm going to create a variable called num x's, and that starts off as 0. Similarly, I need a variable called num y's. That's going to start off as 0. And now we iterate. So to iterate, I'm just going to use a for loop. So this will be a for loop, and we'll have an iterator. Let's call it I. It starts off as 0. So essentially, we need a number that goes from 0 to the length of the string. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, etc. So I starts off as 0. We want to keep incrementing I until it is less than the length of the input. So we'll say while I is less than input.length. So input is a string, and strings have this property on them called length that will tell us how long they are. So we want to keep incrementing I while it's still less than the length, because the moment it is the full length, we're done, because our indices start at 0. So there's that. And then on each iteration, we need to increment I by 1. Great. Okay, so this is our loop. It's going to go from 0 to the end of the input. And then we have our logic. I mean, the pseudocode we've written is almost the code that we need to write, but I can write this here. So if the current character, so the way to get the current character is to just use bracket notation. So input is a string, and if I use brackets, I can say, give me the character at that specific index. So if input at I, the current index that we're at, is equal to the string x, then I need to increment the number of x's. So in this case, we'll say num x's plus equals 1. So we're going to increment num x's by 1. Really, I could just do an else statement here because we know that we're only ever going to see x's and y's, but I'm going to be explicit about it. I'm just going to say else if input at I is equal to y, then the number of y's get increased. Like that. Awesome. That should be all the logic that we need. So essentially, we're looking at every letter, deciding what it is, and then incrementing our variable that if we see that specific thing. Now we can just return it. So if the number of x's equals the number of y's, that's pretty simple. If num x's is equal to num y's, we just return true. And then otherwise, we return false. Like this. And we should be good to go. So we have a place to store the number of x's. Starts off as 0 because we haven't seen any yet. Similarly, we have a place to store the number of y's. Starts off as 0 because we haven't seen any yet. We look at every character in the string. If it's an x, increment the number of x's. If it's a y, increment the number of y's. And then after we're all done, if that number is the same, we return true. If it's not the same, we return false. Let's see if we did it right. So the thing in blue is the actual return value. So you can see that we're expecting this to return true, and it does. We're expecting this to return true, and it does. This returns false. That returns true. That returns false. The empty string returns true. And if you think about it, with the empty string, we basically just don't even go into this for loop, right? The input.length is 0, so this code doesn't even execute, and then 0 is equal to 0. So empty string just works with the code that we have. And then with a single input, it will go through the loop, but then we're comparing 1x to 0y, so that returns false as well. So the code we've written, it works. We've done it. So what I'm going to do now is I'm actually going to like refactor this code a little bit to kind of clean it up. But this, if you wrote code that looks like this, great solution. At this point, it's really just a matter of like cleaning up the code a little bit. So let's do that below. The first thing I see is right now, if this is true, we are returning true. And if this is false, we are returning false. What that tells me is I can just return this, right? So I can literally just return that. And that replaces that entire statement there. This is more terse, but I would argue that this expresses what we're trying to do, so I think it's okay to write the code that way. Similarly, I did say earlier that like if it's not an x, then it's a y. So we actually really don't even need this else if statement. We could just assume that if it wasn't an x, it's a y. Now, if the requirements of the program change and now all of a sudden we're trying to calculate x's, y's, and z's, we'd need to refactor. But I think in this case, it's okay to do just that. The other thing you could do is like if I ever see bracket access inside of a for loop, a lot of times I like to put this into its own variable. So you could say something like current letter is input at I. And then our if statement is a little bit easier to read because it now reads, if the current letter is x, increment the number of x's. Otherwise, increment the number of y's. So those are the few refactors that I would do. There's definitely other ways to refactor this code, but I'm going to stick there. The next thing I'll do is I'll show you how we would do this with higher order methods. So things like for each, possibly reduce, but let's see that next. So let's take this and kind of rewrite it. Now, input is a string. Strings do not have the for each method. So if I want to use for each on a string, I need to convert it into an array first. There are several ways to do that, but one easy way is just input dot split. So if I split on the empty string, that's going to take that string, split it into an array of individual characters. If we look specifically what that looks like, basically takes a string, turns it into an array of characters. So once I've done that, now I have an array, so I can use the for each method. So I could look at for each letter, and then really I can just move all of this code that I had in my for loop. I can move that into the for each like this, and the code will work exactly the same, but it's a little bit cleaner because I don't have all of this for loop stuff, because it's essentially going to look at every character and then increment the values that I need here. So the results are still the same, good to go. One more refactor is we could actually turn this into a reduce. So I would say if you're a beginner and you've never used reduce before, you could stop here. But if you're interested in how that works, keep watching. So let's take this. And the way to think about reduce and the way to convert your code from a for each to a reduce is, what are we reducing to? And in this case, we're reducing to two numbers, number of x's and number of y's. Now, because we have two variables, it's a little bit tricky, but we actually could reduce this to an array of length 2, or to an object that has an x's property and a y's property. Let's reduce it to an array of length 2. So we could do something like this. We could say num x's and num y's. So we're going to be returning from this reduce an array that has two values in it, num x's and num y's, and we'll do a reduce like this. So the initial value of our reduce is an array that has 0 for both number of x's and number of y's. So these two values line up with these two values, right? And then inside of our reduce, we will get access to this thing that we're reducing to. A lot of times you just might call this the accumulator. We can give this a good name, though. We actually, I mean, honestly, we could also destructure it just like we're doing here. So if we want to be able to use these variables, we could destructure those in the reduce. So now we get access to them. And the code will still work because we're basically plucking off num x's and num y's here. But the one added thing is we need to return that accumulator on every iteration. So I actually do need to return an array that has num x's and num y's. So on each subsequent iteration, we get access to the current values as they are. I guess another way to write this, though, instead of just incrementing, we could write two return values. So if it is x, then we actually want to return an array where num x's is increased by 1 and num y's stays the same. But if it's not x, then that means it's y, and we could rewrite it like this. So num x's stays the same, and num y's gets incremented by 1. Let's see if I've done this right, though. So we split the string into an array. We have our accumulator, which starts off as 0 and 0. And then, oh, I need to remove that. So you don't increment it both times. You only increment it in the returned value there. And this looks like it has the right output there. So this is one way to write it as a reduce. You could write it a few other ways, but ultimately we're taking this thing that we wrote with the for each, where ultimately we're reducing this array of characters into two values like that, doing the same thing here. Okay, I'm thinking of one other solution that doesn't use a reduce and kind of does it all in one go. So let's try that. Now, if your mind doesn't immediately go to this solution I'm about to show you, that's okay. I think ultimately, as someone learning to program, you should be able to solve it the first way that I showed you. You should identify that we need variables, we need loops, we need conditionals. If you can solve it that way, awesome. But you also might think a little bit higher level, right? So what if I can just count all the x's? And what if I can just count all the y's and then compare those two numbers, but like all in one go? And that's kind of like, in this case, we're counting the x's and we're counting the y's as we go. But there is a way, using higher order methods or built-in array methods, to just count all of the x's. And we could do it like this. So we could take the input, split it into an array, and let's just call this input array so we can reuse it. So now that we've turned it into an array, if I use the find function, so find will get access to each letter, and then you can say, is that letter equal to x, right? And so this is going to give us an array with only the x's from the input array. And then we could take the length of that array. So I could say num x's is find all of the x's, get the length. And then similarly, number of y's is find all of the y's, get the length. And then we just return is number of x's equal to number of y's, like that. And that works except for the empty string. So the empty string, why is that breaking? So this is saying cannot read properties of undefined reading length. If I take an empty string and I split it on the empty string, do I end up with undefined? That's actually, I did not expect that to happen. Yeah, it gives me back an empty array. Well, no. Yeah, empty array. And then if I say empty array dot find, the result of find is undefined. I would expect it to be an empty array though, right? But we can store this just to debug this. We can say, we could do this. The x's only is here. And if we log x's only, yeah, find returns undefined. What am I thinking? I guess I'm thinking of filter. I'm thinking of filter, and I used find instead. That's the issue. We actually want filter because find finds the first occurrence. We don't want to find the first occurrence. We want to find every occurrence. So I messed that up. This actually needs to be a filter, which returns a new array where only the values that I specified show up in that array. So if I'm filtering all of the x's and then getting the length, that gives me the number of x's. Yeah, so I confused find and filter. But now that I've done that, it works as expected, which is good. Now, you could probably combine this with a reduce, but I think I'm going to stop there. I think that's enough ways of solving this problem. But this has been perfectly balanced. So if you have a solution for this that I maybe didn't cover, feel free to throw it in the YouTube comments. And then also, if you found something interesting about trying to solve this, or if you learned something new, let me know in the YouTube comments as well. All right, let's now move on to a problem that's slightly harder. And this will be sum of minimums. Okay, I'm going to show the Twitch chat now because this went on, honestly, like, just that could have been one episode. That's a good point. I love the code. That's a good point. But watch the YouTube video and leave it as a comment. Because it's just... So, how long was that? I think I can see, when was the last chat that I remember seeing? You all are funny. 20 minutes? That took me 20 minutes? This was 19 minutes ago. I can't do a second problem. I think by solving it so many ways, that could be the episode. That's the whole episode. All right. This will be some of minimums will be episode 2. Okay. I'm gonna have to. The thing is, I am gonna have to like slightly edit this one because I need to come up with an intro. Yeah. I am gonna create a repo for this. Yeah. Episode 1. This will be now episode 1. Honestly, I might just do it all over again. This was a good warm up though, or maybe I just choose a different problem, and I know that if I solve it multiple ways, it's gonna take me 15 to 20 minutes, even if it's just one simple problem. No, so this is the first time that I'm doing this I Love Code, and my thought is I don't want to edit it at all. Basically, from start to finish, that is the YouTube video. There's no edits of ums or anything else like that. I mean, typically, if you look at like my Code Katas episodes, those aren't edited at all, and you see all of my mistakes. The thing is, I think like if you're watching 20 minutes in, like you're committed, you're like, oh, why isn't it working? Filter instead of find. Also, if you already know what my mistake is, you're like yelling at the screen, you're using the wrong method. And like that gets people engaged for the YouTube video too. Yeah. The other solutions after the first were just showing bad practices to beginners. Like this, I don't think it's a bad practice. This, you could argue, is not very readable. This has multiple iterations, so we didn't talk about this. This solution, while it looks simpler, you're iterating over the array twice, whereas my initial solution iterated over the array once and solved it. Now, I don't think I'm even, like, this is for beginners. I don't think I should even talk about, like, the performance, because for all of these beginner problems, you're not necessarily worried about performance or memory concerns, because, yeah, that's another point, right, CodeBrains? Like, you're creating 3 new arrays. Like, you're creating a copy to create the array, you're creating another copy to get the x's, and another copy. So this uses 3 times the memory and twice the iteration. But do I even talk about that? Yeah, I mean, and I think this is yes, I do agree that this is confusing. But if you're trying to reach like more optimal solutions, you might want to see this. Obviously, like I didn't have to destructure it, right? You could write this without destructuring. Honestly, no, I would argue that the destructuring is actually more readable, right? So if I write this, and I think what I've already decided is I'm gonna pick a different one for episode 0. We're just gonna do the whole thing again. But what I've learned is that it's gonna take me almost 20 minutes to even solve a simple problem like this, because I'm explaining it a lot of different ways. But just to show you really quick what this would look like without destructuring, I argue, like, I mean, basically, we'll call this variable counts, and counts is an array. And then if we want the number of x's, we want counts at 0. And if we want the number of y's, we want counts at 1. And then here I want counts at 0, and then here I want counts at 1. Now, and then for the comparison, I'm doing counts at 0 with counts at 1. If you're not used to destructuring, this looks, what do you call it? More approachable. But I would argue that I don't like seeing so much nested array access. Yeah, and that's the other thing, is you could reduce to an object instead of an array. I mean, another way to write this then is num x's is counts at 0. I mean, this is basically just rewriting it without destructuring. But yeah, and I'm not taking the offense to anybody that's saying anything in the chat or what's better or what's not better. I'm also talking about all of these things because I'm trying to work it out myself. Like, what is the best thing that I should, or what's the most optimal thing that I should do? I would say it's beginner focused. I would say that, but it's also for beginners. It is exposing them to things that they may not have been exposed to, right? So like a lot of beginners would just stop here. That's fine, but I think especially as a JavaScript developer, you should learn about like for each and stuff like that. Um, and yeah, and so that's a completely other way to solve it that I didn't think of. Liscaspera is yeah. So you let's say positive for x's, negative for y's, and if the result is negative, it's not balanced. If the result is 0, then it is balanced. Yeah, that's a good way to solve it too. I think so. I'm actually gonna scrap this one, but what I'm gonna do is after I solve it, I'm going to pull the Twitch chat up, and you can tell me if there are other ways to solve it that I did not solve it yet. But this file just gets deleted. I'll upload a gist of it if you are interested in that solution. But this code is gone, and we're gonna pick another one. Beginner does not mean dumbed down. I agree with that. I absolutely agree with that. For me, beginner means you've only been exposed to so many concepts, right? Iteration, string comparison, conditionals. And given those things that you've been exposed to, can you solve this problem? Not like make it simpler for me or anything like that. I think, yeah. Episode 0 will always be our secret. No, I'm glad we did it. Beginner friendly, performant, and readable. Let's see. Disagree. You're using 2-letter variable names. I don't like it. And you're also using if and else statements without curly braces. I don't like it. Also, that's just my opinion. Also, you're using double equals instead of triple equals. I don't like it. Also, you don't have spaces for your beside your equal signs. I don't like it. I honestly, but aside from like nitpicking, I don't see anything wrong with your solution. If a beginner came up with this solution, totally fine. Yeah. Also, you're using a comma operator. You should be using multiple lets. But I am also trying. I think that's the other thing to think about, right? Like if people are watching me to see how I solve it, I'm also trying to model good coding practices. Yeah. Well, I mean, a for loop doesn't need splitting either. Let me put it in a gist really quick. CodeBrains is giving me a lot of feedback today, so I can give them feedback too. What did we just do? Perfectly balanced. Right, CodeBrains? Or did you leave? Did I offend you? But I'll just point out, roast to it, yeah. I'll just point out, when using a regular plain old for loop also doesn't require that you split it into an array, because strings you can access with bracket notation. Honestly, a lot of JavaScript developers actually don't know that you can do this. You can just do strings bracket to get the character in a string without splitting it. Who just learned that today? Be honest. Be honest. Who learned that you can bracket index into a string today? Awesome. Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. There's at least 3 of you. Yeah. But so I think the first like real programming language I learned was Java, and you can do bracket. You can do bracket notation on strings in Java and in C and in C++. So, what's up? All right, if you're interested in looking at those solutions, they're going to be lost to time. So click that link if you want to see them, because we're going to pick another one. Going to start from scratch. But I think we learned a lot. I think that I learned that I can only do one. I like the idea of solving it multiple different ways. I do think I need so. This is something that I've gotten in the habit of is basically teaching people how to convert like a for loop or a for of into a for each, because that gets them used to these methods. But ultimately, I'm solving it the exact same way, just like slightly tweaked. Different ways of solving it are what was mentioned in the chat earlier, where you have like a balance and you increment or decrement. And if the result is negative or positive, it's false. But if the result is 0, then it's true. Like I didn't think about. Ultimately, I solved it. Even though I solved it multiple ways, I solved them all in the same way. Yeah, that would do the same thing in America 2050. So instead of doing a split, you could spread input into an array. Why use for each instead of a loop? I think it's a bit more readable. So if you have a basic for loop, if your for loop is always going from 0 to the end and you're only incrementing by 1, I think for each makes a lot of sense. The other thing is it gets you used to higher order methods where you're passing in a function. And I do like, I think like beginner JavaScript developers need to get used to this earlier, I think, because you're only ever going to see more of it. Like you're only ever going to be using like anonymous functions like in React and anonymous functions for like event handlers and stuff like that. So honestly, I think like just getting used to this is good for beginners. Yeah, but again, you could talk about like the performance of it. I think somebody actually showed that in JavaScript for each is faster than a for loop. I don't know if that's true. You can do it with we did it with a reduce. This is our reduce. I always thought for each made sense at the end of a method chain. Yeah, and the thing about for each is like it doesn't return a new thing. It just returns. It doesn't return anything at all. Actually, it just executes this function on every value in the array. Yeah. I do agree for of and for in are cleaner. I still, for whatever reason, I don't reach for those. Probably because I reach for each. I mean, you could argue that for of or for in are cleaner than for each. But I don't ever reach for these. I think honestly, CodeBrains, you tell me, did you come from, or did you use Python before you used JavaScript? Because this feels very Python-y to me. I never did anything like this in like C# or Java. Maybe it does exist there. But yeah. You can break, continue, and nest and label for of. Then that's a reason not to use it. I would say like continue. I think is a code smell. Like you can run into some weird logic bugs if you use continue. If someone doesn't recognize there's a continue statement, I do like the argument that you can break out of a for loop, whereas you can't break out of a for each. But if that's the case, then you could potentially use things like every, which breaks early. So this is an array method. There's also sum, which also breaks early. What else is there? Find last. Those technically break early. They break at the first occurrence. So, yeah, I do. I agree that if you need a break statement, a for loop of any kind makes sense, whether it's a regular for loop or for of or for in. But I do try to think about using those other higher order methods instead, because those potentially can break early. Every is. Will return true if every value in your array satisfies some condition. And sum will return true if anything in an array serves a condition. So sum and every are for arrays. Well, the issue with continue is it breaks control flow. So if you're reading the code top to bottom and there are like multiple continues sprinkled throughout, it's a lot harder to I don't want to say reason about, because everyone says reason about. It's a lot harder to think about the flow of the code if there are continues sprinkled throughout it. Yeah, I think that's just it. So like things like early return or like guard clauses, I think can prevent you from needing to do like a continue statement. Yeah. Oh, that's another good point, Leak Geek. Yeah, you could look if the length is odd. Don't even check. Um, that's another point too. I like that. All right, Timon did it in TypeScript. Oh, you made a generic. What's up, baby? Welcome in. I see. your, your generics are the things that you're looking for. That's some enterprise code right there, right? So what if the conditions change? What if you need Z's and W's? Your solution would work fairly easily. You write another function, balance ZW, and then you have this generic there. That's fun. Okay. Let's try again. Let's pick another easy one. I'll pick another easy one from Daily Programmer. Additive persistence. A Java Enterprise solution. Oh. Isn't there another name for this? Take an integer, add its digits, repeat until the result has one digit. I don't like this one because it's a little bit mathy. Like, technically you can solve it without any sort of like modulus or anything like that. But you also could solve it by like turning the number into a string and then getting each character. But I think that gets too complicated. Yeah, I have before Leak Geek. There's a wide variance. Like, I mean, there are people that have been coding for like less than 6 months, people that have been coding 2 to 3 years, people that have been coding for like over 10 years. It's a pretty wide range. Shouldn't 1 plus 3 be 4? Was it wrong? I still want it to be live. Like, I don't want to have it rehearsed. But I am open to basically after I solve it, I will pull up the Twitch chat, and if anybody has solutions that I didn't already include, I'd be open to showing those. Oh, yeah, 1 plus 3 is 4, but this is the number of iterations to get to a single digit. That's what this is saying. Yeah, so I only have to add these once to get the digit 4, whereas if I add 1, 2, 3, and 4, that's going to give me 7, 8, 9. It's going to give me 10, which is 1, 0, and then I have to do one more addition of 1 and 0, so that's 2 iterations. Yeah, it's a number of iterations. The Universal Product Code is a barcode used in many parts of the world. Barcodes encode a 12-digit number used to identify a product for sale. For example, the 12th digit is a redundant check digit. I mean, it seems fine. There's just a lot of steps. Like, this isn't something that I could do several different ways in a reasonable amount of time. Oh. This also, like, this doesn't sound like a beginner problem to me, but I could do it. Don't get me wrong. These ones I'm skipping over, I could do. I'm also just trying to find things that I can solve in, like, 3 or 4 minutes and then also show in other ways. It probably just means I need to look at like 7 Qs over on Code Wars. Because like this is given 2 strings, determine whether the second can be made by removing a letter from the first. I guess, I mean, you could brute force it, right? Sure I could do it. But like this returns true because they removed this E, right? And this returns true because they just removed one of the O's. Like the brute force is to like remove one letter at a time and then compare it. And if any one of the removed letters, yeah. All right, we're gonna look at Code Wars. We're gonna look at 7 Qs. Yeah. And then I want katas that I have not trained on. Well, the issue with perfectly balanced... What was the issue? I need to redo the whole intro, right? Because like I think I already showed the README that had both of them for episode 0, and I also think I said we're gonna do 2 problems today, and the name of the file was beginner. So, yeah, basically I want a problem with similar difficulty that I can do the same thing with, right? Like I can refactor it. I can show you how I did the thing. Let's see. Yeah, let's do this. Yo mama. A-E-I-O-U and sometimes Y. Cool. Honestly, let's just pull everything from Code Wars. But we're gonna do this one. This is the problem we will do. Oh, FizzBuzz? Honestly, America 2050? Starting daily programmer with FizzBuzz, I think is kind of genius, right? Because it's so well known. I don't have a single video about FizzBuzz. Yeah. We're returning it non-zero indexed. That's why it's 1, 2, 4, and 6. Y is sometimes a vowel and can sometimes be considered a vowel. Like, I don't know, most words in the English language have at least one vowel, right? But there are some words that don't have A-E-I-O-U. Like the word fly, F-L-Y. Y, I guess, could be considered a vowel in that instance. Is FizzBuzz on Code Wars? FizzBuzz 1. Thanks, Clicky Poo. Yeah, we'll do FizzBuzz. All right, you convinced me. Also, it's listed as a 7Q, so it's kind of perfect. incrementing the code complexity. Well, have you seen the FizzBuzz Enterprise Edition? Because it's hilarious. I have this keyboard, the Royal Kluge G68. This one. FizzBuzz Enterprise Edition is a no-nonsense implementation of FizzBuzz made by serious businessmen for serious business purposes. And if you go into, so it's written in Java, but if you start going into it, it's pretty intense. So we go into serious company name, business, Java, FizzBuzz, package naming package. We have our impl, which is our implementation, but we also have our interfaces. And so we have our fizzbuzz.java, which is a class called fizzbuzz that has a method fizzbuzz that takes in the upper limit. We have various factories, like the fizzbuzz output strategy factory. And all of these are, I guess, are interfaces, and then the actual implementation of those classes. So standard fizzbuzz is written like this, and then you have fizzbuzz constants. Yeah, it's really it's funny that it's funny that we can find this funny, right? We can just look at this code base and be like, that's comical. You know, I guess you have to be a programmer to get the joke, but it's like, I don't know. That's funny. All right. Are we sure this problem is a 7Q? Yeah, why not? What's up, Aztec Consulting? Welcome in. Okay, I think I do want to do FizzBuzz, but you have to know modulus. I guess that's okay. This could be an introduction to modulus. 10 ways to solve FizzBuzz in JavaScript. Yeah, we'll see how many ways that I solve it. Oh, are we sure this problem is a 7Q? I see, because you were talking about the enterprise solution. I get it. Is divisible? Okay. What are the prerequisites for solving FizzBuzz? You need to know iteration and loops. You need to be able to loop up to a given number. You need to know modulus. Modulo? You need to know maths. You need to know conditionals, if... and then also string manipulation. Possibly. You could solve this without string manipulation, but I think the ideal solution includes string manipulation. Modulo? If the value is a multiple of 3, if the value is a multiple of 5, if the value is a multiple of 3 and 5. First of all, I don't like how they have capital letters. I'm gonna make this lowercase. Is anybody opposed to me rewording this to be lowercase? Never mind, we're gonna go back to capital letters. What's the canonical way to do it? Is it capital F Fizz? You oppose? I mean, it makes sense here because then it's camel cased. Well, no, this isn't even camel cased. Is this Pascal case? Because it starts off with a capital F. The operation is called modulo. The operand is called modulus. Okay. Yeah, it is more readable. I agree with that. Four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. One, two, three. Okay. Is 4 divisible by 3 or 5? No. It's divisible by 5, so buzz. This is divisible by 3, so fizz. 9 is divisible by 3, so fizz. 10 is divisible by 5, so buzz. 3 is divisible by... Oh, 12 is divisible by 3, so this is fizz. And then 15 is fizz buzz. Right? Did I get this right? Yep. Seems fine. Looks good. Okay. Return an array containing the numbers from 1 to n. Replace certain values if any of the following conditions are met. If the value is... So, in the problem description for FizzBuzz, do they say multiple of, or do they say divisible by? Because I feel like you could have someone that knows how to solve it, but they could, because they're not good at maths, they can confuse, is it a multiple of, or is it divisible by? So, like, if you see the problem written this way, is a factor of... See, there's like 3 ways to say it. Is it a multiple? Is it a factor? Is it divisible by? Like, divisible by is the most straightforward, because if you've learned about modulo, you could do that. I feel like that's a way to stump someone. Seven is divisible by 3. Doesn't mean it's a multiple. I see. I guess you could say evenly divisible. Is that the reason you disagree, Leak Geek? Evenly divisible. Okay. It's crazy that, I mean, I would consider this a beginner problem, but if you know the history of FizzBuzz, like, the reason it exists is because so many people were coming in for interviews, or like were getting hired by companies that actually didn't know how to program, didn't know how to solve problems, and there are people that cannot solve the FizzBuzz problem even though they're employed as programmers, which is crazy. I think, like, I don't know. I'm also I feel like, yeah, as a beginner, you should know how to do FizzBuzz, especially if you're going to be going to interviews, because you might actually get an interview where I've never done an interview where I got FizzBuzz. It is a gatekeeper. It's just like, all right, if you can't even solve this, there's no point in us taking this interview process any further. But I don't know. You've gotten FizzBuzz? Did you do it? Did you solve it correctly? I feel like I almost need to pull up the Wikipedia article. I also need to install my thing. Yeah, see you later, Curly Braces. Thank you for hanging out. If you can't do it fast, no point in continuing. Yeah, honestly, I think a good test would be like change the numbers. So instead of 3 and 5, you do, I don't know, like 4 and 9. Because somebody that's memorized the answer, they'll have a harder time. Be like, wait, 4 and 9? You could honestly, you could reword the problem to not even be Fizzbuzz, just like Carl Johnson. So like, if it's divisible by 3, Carl. If it's divisible by 5, Johnson. If it's divisible by both, Carl Johnson. I could see that, Clicky Poo. So if it's on top of that, it's like it's a generally known problem, but they're also testing your ability to write tests. And so I could see that. Yeah. All right. Episode 0. Beginner. Fizzbuzz. Episode 1, sum of minimum. I'm just gonna, we'll recreate this. Yeah, so I use DuckDuckGo as my search engine, Kyle. So if you check out the frequently asked questions, there's that. So I use DuckDuckGo, and then they have these thing called bang commands. So because DuckDuckGo is my default search engine, like if I search, it goes to DuckDuckGo. DuckDuckGo has these bang commands. So npm searches npm. There's one for GitHub. G is Google. W is Wikipedia. So all of that's built into DuckDuckGo, and because DuckDuckGo is my search engine, I can use them. Ooh. Yeah, no worries. Thanks for asking. All right, I've been live for 5 hours, everybody. So some of you have been here the whole time, and I appreciate it. But let's get this daily programmer recorded. Honestly, wait, I'm only gonna do one, and then I'm gonna go because we can record more on Wednesday for Thursday and Friday. So I'm gonna be releasing this one on Wednesday, and then we need one for Thursday and Friday. We'll see how I'm feeling after this too. Okay. To teach them. Wait. It's a group word game to teach them about division? Wait, this is a thing outside of programming? That's funny. Ooh. All right, let's do this, everybody. Are you ready? Are you ready? I'm ready. Wait, is this a type? I don't want to look. I don't want to be spoiled by your solution just yet. Here we go. Hello, friends. Welcome to Coding Garden. I'm CJ, and today we're doing the Daily Programmer. So this is a show, comes out multiple times a week, where we will solve coding problems. This is episode 0, and in today's episode, we're going to be solving FizzBuzz. So FizzBuzz is a group word game, originally for children, but it's become a pretty common interview task if you're applying for a programming job. Though I don't know how common it is these days, just because it's so well known. But we're going to attempt to solve it. And I am solving the one from Code Wars. It's pretty much the same everywhere. You read about the problem, but this is what we'll be solving. So here we go. I'm labeling this as a beginner problem. If you know how to use loops, if you know how to use conditionals, if you know about modulo or modulus, and if you know about string manipulation, you can solve these problems. These are the things you need to know. If you know those things, you can solve this problem, which is why I'm labeling this as a beginner problem. Now, I will be solving this with JavaScript, but you're open to solve this problem in any programming language that you're comfortable with, but all of my examples are going to be in JavaScript. Okay, so the problem description is, return an array containing the numbers from 1 to n. Replace certain values if any of the following conditions are met. If the value is a multiple of 3, use the value fizz. If the value is a multiple of 5, use the value buzz. If the value is a multiple of 3 and 5, use the value fizzbuzz. In will never be less than 1. And so what we mean by in is the parameter passed into the function. So if in is 3, then we need to return an array that has 1, 2, and fizz, because 3 is divisible by 3, or is a multiple of 3. So it would be 1, 2, fizz. If for instance, if you called your function with the value 16, you'd get back this long array where you have 1, 2, fizz, 4, buzz, fizz, 7, 8, fizz, buzz, 11, fizz, 13, 14, fizz, buzz, 16, etc. And your function should work for any arbitrary number of n. So this is the problem. Let's solve it. Okay, so I need a function called fizzbuzz, and this takes in a number n, and we can show our example problem here, fizzbuzz of 3, where we are expecting it to output 1, 2, fizz, like this. We're just going to log out the result of this, and I'll call it fizzbuzz all lowercase, and then I'm going to start up a tool called Quokka. So Quokka runs my code inside of the editor. So you can see right now, fizzbuzz is returning undefined, so I need to write the actual code to do it. Now, what's nice about this problem description is it essentially contains all of the pseudocode we need to solve it. Like I can literally take I could take this problem description, paste it, and comment it out, and we essentially now have the pseudocode for solving this. I think a few things that are missing we'll add now. So let's see. One thing we're going to need for this is a place to store the result, right? So we're given in, which is just a number, but we need to return an array that has all of the numbers inside of it. So a little bit of pseudocode here is I need a place to store the results, whether it's numbers or fizz or buzz or fizzbuzz. So a place to store them. And then I need to iterate from 1 up to n. So iterate from 1 up to and including n. So we're going to have a loop that goes 1, 2, 3, 4, all the way up to what n is. Inside of that loop, if the value is a multiple of 3, then we will say, instead of use the value fizz, we'll just say push the value fizz into the result. If the value is a multiple of 5, we'll say push the value buzz into the result. And if the value is a multiple of 3 and 5, push the value fizzbuzz into the result. Else, push the value itself. Right? So, and then after all of this, we need to return the results. And I could also say right here, like a place to store the results is actually a list, right? Or an array. something that can hold on to multiple values, right? So this is my pseudocode. I can now turn this into actual code. Let's do it. So I'm going to have a result variable called results. It starts off empty. We don't know anything yet. We need to iterate up to the number to decide if we're going to push in. Now we need a loop that goes from 1 up to and including in. So in this case, we'll have a for loop. We're going to use I as our iterator. It starts off as 1. We want to go while I is less than or equal to in, because we want to go all the way up to the number that's passed in. So in the case of 3, we want 1, 2, and 3. So we're going to do less than or equal to in. And on each iteration, we'll increment I by 1. So we'll do 1, 2, 3 in this case. Awesome. Now, inside of the loop, we can pull this logic in here. So if the value is a multiple of 3, so if the value, I, is a multiple of 3, the way we can do that in JavaScript is using the modulus operator. So the percent sign returns the remainder of division. So if I say I modulus 3, if I is divisible by 3 evenly, then this will return 0. So if I mod 3 is equal to 0, then we can push the value fizz into the result here. So if I mod 3 equals 0, that means it's evenly divisible by 3. We can say results.push, and we want to push the value fizz like that. Great. Now we can do the same thing if it's divisible by 5. So if divisible by 5, pass in buzz. So that takes care of that. And then if it's divisible by 3 and 5. Now, if you know maths, and if you don't, that's okay, because we're going to talk about it. But if you know maths, if something is divisible by 3 and 5, it would have gotten caught by this first, right? So if, for example, the number 15 is 3 is a multiple of 15, and 5 is a multiple of 15. But with the code, the way it's written right now, if we come across, for example, the number 15, we're going to immediately exit with just fizz. So this condition actually needs to happen before the other two. So we can say if I mod 3 is 0 and I mod 5 is equal to 0, then we push fizz buzz. So that goes here, and this will be fizz buzz like that. But now we've taken care of that, right? Because if it's divisible by both, only push fizz buzz. If it's divisible by 3, push fizz. If it's divisible by 5, push buzz. Great. At the end of it all, if none of these conditions have been met, we just keep the number itself. So we'll just say otherwise results.push 1, or not 1, I, the value itself. And this should do it. So now if we return results, we get back 1, 2, fizz. So we've written the code correctly. I would say this is a pretty standard solution. We could clean it up a little bit. Like some of the duplication here is the fact that we have multiple pushes into the array, so we could clean that up a little bit. So let's actually rewrite this with a little bit of a refactor. But I would also say, like, if you've solved it this way, good to go. Like, you don't have to worry about refactoring this. But I would say in an interview, they're probably going to ask you, well, what's another way that we could write this? And one thing to think about, and kind of the code duplication that we have here, is that we're pushing into an array multiple times. So how could I rewrite this code so that I only push into the array once? We could store our result in a variable, right? So I could say result starts off as the empty string. So it starts off with nothing. And then if I is divisible by 3 evenly, we can say result. We're gonna add the word fizz to it like this. And then also, if it's divisible by 5, then we can add buzz to it. So if it's only divisible by 3, result just gets fizz put into it. If it's only divisible by 5, it only gets buzz. But now we were able to remove that extra check, because if we check 3 first, then we check 5. For example, if you have like 15, it's going to add fizz to result, then buzz to result. So now we've kind of taken care of that all in one go. And now that we've done that, we can check. So like if result has a value, then that means it was divisible by 3 or 5 or both. So we could say results.push that result. Otherwise, just push I, right? Results.push I. Because if result was still the empty string, then that means we didn't make it into either of these conditionals. So we just push I itself. And this should work in the same way. It does. You can see right now that Quokka is telling me that this line of code isn't executed, because in our example, we only checked up to 3. If we also want to check 5 and make sure that that code runs, we can see it works for that as well. 1, 2, fizz, 4, buzz. We can also check it for like much larger numbers, like let's say 16. We can see the result here. So 1, 2, fizz, 4, buzz, fizz, 7, 8, fizz, buzz, 11, fizz, 13, 14, fizz. I know what I did wrong. We left this else here. So in the case where it was divisible by 3 and 5, it didn't go into is it divisible by 5. But now that we've refactored it this way, we actually can remove that else statement because we can check both. So fizz and then buzz if it's divisible by 15. So that should fix it in this case. So fizz, fizz, buzz, 16. Nice. Awesome. So that's really all the ways that I can think to solve this particular instance of the problem. I'm actually live on Twitch right now, so I'm going to pull open the Twitch chat. Get ready, Twitch chat. I'm going to pull open the Twitch chat. And if anyone has suggestions for how I solved this, or if they solved it in a different way, or if you want to share a link to a GitHub gist where you have your solution to it, I'll be happy to look at it. So here I come, Twitch chat. Where are you at? Oh, thank you, Jicom. Thank you for the claps. Yeah, again, this is a good point, Katoli. Let's actually talk about this. So specifically, we're in JavaScript right now, and basically what I've done is I put the empty string into result, and right here I'm saying if result has a value, push that result in. If it doesn't have a value, push I in. And so the reason that works in JavaScript is because the empty string is a falsy value. So if the string remains empty after going through these two if statements, then that means it's not divisible by 3 or 5. And so this is really using the fact that result is potentially a falsy value in order to do that. So that's a good point. Yeah, so people caught it. They're like, hey, you got to get rid of that else statement. Appreciate that. Yeah. Thanks to Brendan Knight for JavaScript. Sure. Let's see if anybody said anything else. 3 is a multiple of 15? Yes, because 3 times 5 is 15. Yeah. Solve it with a reduce to build out the array output. I'm not opposed to that. Yeah. The tricky part about solving this with reduce is JavaScript doesn't have a good built-in way of creating an array of a given length, like with a range of numbers. Well, we can do it, and I'll show you a pretty cool trick to do it. But yeah, so let's do it. So let's write it with a reduce. I'm open to that, American 2050. So here's the tricky part. So in order to create an array of a given length, in JavaScript, you can say array.from, pass it an array-like object. And an array-like just means it has a length. And so this is going to create a new array. And ultimately, we can just like return this. Now, the other thing is you can pass in a function, which gives you the current value and then the index. Now, because I created an array from nothing, the current value is just going to be undefined. So basically, we can like disregard that value. And then we can take all of our code and put it into this. So, but it's still going to be a little bit trickier because now I is 0 based. So we could do it like this. We could say I plus equals 1. So because I is going to start at 0, it'll be 0, 1, 2, 3, but we actually want to start at 1, 2, 3, 4, all the way up to the end. And instead of pushing into results, we just return the value. So if result has a value, return result, and otherwise return I, like this. And the reason this works is this second function that got passed into array from actually is the it's kind of like a map function. So actually, I didn't even solve this with a reduce, but I would argue if you're going to solve it this way, stop here. And it looks like I got it right there. But I would stop here because if you did like this same thing and then you just did a reduce for it, really you wouldn't do a reduce. I think you would do a map because we're already creating an array of that length, and then you would want to map that array to get the new results array, right? So if you have an array that has 1, 2, 3, you want to map it to an array of 1, 2 fizz. So honestly, I would stop here, especially because this function is essentially your map function. It gets called in every iteration. Do beginners know what plus equals do? Yeah, so this is a string concatenation. So basically, whatever the current value is, add that onto the end. So yeah, this is another way of writing result plus that value. But yeah, if you don't know what plus equals, you should definitely learn it. Yeah, and Stefan has a good refactor here. So if result has a value, return it. Otherwise, return I itself. And so that's one way to clean up that return statement. Because again, we're using falsy, the falsy nature of JavaScript here. So if result didn't have a value, return I, but if result did have a value, return result. And we still get the same issue there. Cool. Yeah, and so basically that's what we're doing. We're creating the array and populating it as we create it. Okay, so I think that's it for this episode of Daily Programmer. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in. Thank you, Twitch chat, for all of your suggestions. And tune in tomorrow, where we'll have another problem that we solve. And thanks for watching. See ya. Okay, I think, yeah, I know. I know. Timon said they were gonna solve it, but I didn't have the time to show it. Yeah, create a video showing my editor setup. I'm not opposed to that. Also, how long did that take me to do? 15 minutes. Great. I'm happy with that. I'll solve it with a giant lookup table? Well, the issue with that is you need to pre-populate the lookup table. And when you're pre-populating the lookup table, you're already solving the problem anyways, right? Oh yeah, check the TypeScript solution. This one. Wait, says Timon. I totally forgot that you using this. Send me your solution. I think this is wrong, right? Because you don't have FizzBuzz? It's compiling! I see. So you create the array first, very similar to how I did it with array from, but you create it and then you use that number here. But you need to return k plus 0, right? Or sorry, plus 1? Because otherwise it's 0 indexed. Right? Timon? I keep calling you Timon. I'm sorry. Timon. Yeah, I think you need to do item plus 1. Okay, but that's it for today. If you fix the bug, I'll refresh it. I and Jay are on a lunch break. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. I appreciate your input. And I think this worked out. I think it's actually going to be good for the algorithm. Good for people are going to click on FizzBuzz. I think even people that know how to solve FizzBuzz, they may not have ever seen me solve FizzBuzz. All right, let's see it. Nice. Yeah, return k plus 1. Love it. Great work. This is the you're getting more and more enterprisey. You're creating consts and stuff like that. That makes sense. Solve it with iterator. Is it still wrong? It's FizzBuzz, not Fizz Space Buzz. Oh, I see. Yeah, you have a space on line 3. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The code still works. Cool. All right. Gonna go, but thank you for all the follows. A huge amount of follows today. I really appreciate it. Thank you for all the supports. Lots of gifted, lots of resubs. I appreciate all for sticking around. Timon didn't get the job. He added a space. No. Or Timon. Timon? Timon. 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 Timon, right? All right. Check the schedule. If you are interested in the Choosing a Full Stack Framework series, on Wednesday, I'm going to be live again, and we're going to be wrapping that up. So I'm going to talk about what I liked, what I didn't like. We're going to be summarizing everything from SvelteKit, Nuxt, Remix, and React.js. We're also going to be revisiting SvelteKit and Nuxt because we ran into some issues, but those issues have been fixed since then in the libraries that we were using. So tune in Wednesday. We'll be recapping and also choosing one, because on Friday we're going to start a full stack app build with the thing that we choose. Jen Cis Khan, thank you very much for the Prime resub. 4 months. That's awesome. So our Friday project will be starting the app using the framework that we choose. Definitely go sub over on YouTube if you're not yet. The videos that we recorded here today are going to show up there. Yeah. So and also that's another call out to my mailing list. So I talked about today in my mailing list and also on dev.to what we're going to be building. So if you join the mailing list, you'll be able to see that. If you don't, go find me on dev.to, because I've been posting my my email weekly updates as a blog post there as well. So if you check out the blog post on dev.to, right here, I talk about what we're going to be building. And I guess I'll go ahead and tell you because that might interest you more. So we're going to be building an app that allows users to create, share, and manage lists of YouTube channels. And the app itself is going to let you watch YouTube videos from those lists. So, for example, you could create a list of all of your favorite cooking channels. So, like for me, Binging with Babish, Maddie Matheson, Munchies. There's a recent one I found, Internet Shaquille. Lots of cool cooking channels that I like to watch. But right now, there's not really a way on YouTube for me to say, show me only the videos from these specific channels. So that way I could get like a feed or a playlist of all the cooking related things. So basically this will allow you to do that. You could create lists of skateboarding channels, lists of JavaScript related channels, and then you can also share those lists. So my idea ultimately here is basically we're going to have human curation. So humans are going to be the ones that create these topics and lists instead of an algorithm. And so eventually, once we get everything working, we'll also have like a social page that'll show like recently created lists. You'll have the ability to favorite or save a list, which will show us if the list is more popular. So we can do all kinds of interesting things that can be like human curation rather than algorithm curation. And you could also do it based on tags, sure. So like, if you want to like tag channels of a given thing and then come up with a list that only has those tag channels. Yeah. Suggest channels for X. Exactly. So if you've already created your own list of cooking channels, we can look at other people that have those saved channels in other lists and then recommend channels. I think that's the other thing that like YouTube doesn't really do. YouTube recommends videos, but I think it should recommend channels. Like it doesn't necessarily have to be, oh, this other channel posted a video recently related to the one that you're watching right now. It could just be they post things that are similar. So it might make sense for you to subscribe to that channel because it's just in a similar category. Yeah, Freshbots isn't dead. It's still alive. And I think someone's made a pull request. But basically, if you look at the Freshbots repo, there's a bunch of GitHub issues. And if you feel like working on one of them, you are more than welcome to. Someone has already done that. I need to look at that and merge it. But I think what we'll do is one day, if I don't have anything else to work on stream, I will say, let's pick an issue from Freshbots and work on it. It's alive. It's just kind of dead. Yeah. But yeah, so that's the idea for the app that we're going to be building. And we're going to be working on it for the next few months, probably. Every Friday, we'll be working on that app. But Wednesday, we're going to be choosing what we're going to use to work on that app. Okay, did I forget anything? Do I still have today's to-do list up? Yeah, join the mailing list. Also, check out the archive channel because I'm... The moment this VOD is available on the archive channel, I'm going to remove it from Twitch. So you won't be able to watch archives on Twitch anymore, but if you sub to the archive channel, this stream will appear there in 24 hours. So definitely go check that out. You're welcome, Simon. No worries. I like your TypeScript solution. It's good. Oh, I did forget the TikTok. That's okay. I can do it not live because I solved it without Twitch chat being shown. So now I can do just a 60-second explainer of how to solve it. Okay. I agree with that, America 2050. All right, let's go on a raid. So many of you stuck around all day today. I really appreciate that. I mean, the viewership is gradually dropping. Like the longer, I mean, I've been live for almost 6 hours at this point, but thank you everybody that stuck around. If you're a sub, use that raid message. If you're not a sub, you can use this raid message. Well, we're gonna go find somebody to raid. I keep killing projects. Yeah. I don't know. It's the nature of things. Thank you for that stretch, Dashienza Lopez. Appreciate that. But here we go. Tune in Wednesday. Also, join the Discord. Follow me over on Twitter. Subscribe on YouTube. All the things. Please. So, you can support me in those ways. Alrighty, everyone. Wherever you are in the world, have a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, or night. And until next time, here's this.